Hello, hello, and welcome back to my Lost Saga tier list, question mark? Look, I understand wholeheartedly. I'm the only motherfucker that cares about what I'm yapping about, but I had so much fun talking about this last Thursday that I was like, nah, dude, I gotta keep going. Last Thursday, I also had promised a Mega Man X4 race with my brother. You can catch the VOD on my YouTube or my Twitch. That was also very fun, so I wasn't able to keep going with the Lost Saga tier list, but that's not the case anymore. Or at least, well, today. Here's where we are right now, by the way. Here we go. Here's the current list, and here's who's yet to be ranked. And I may have found a way to show off at least evolutions that I don't have, and maybe characters I don't have. More on that later. By the way, the goofy music we're hearing right now is from Cube, one of, what's the map that everyone plays on Smash Bros. Ultimate, Yomu? And not just Ultimate, like all the Smash Bros. It didn't exist in Melee. Battlefield? Where it's just a flat platform? Because this is what Cube normally looks like right here. Like, it's an interesting but wacky and tiny map in the middle, like for the chaos that this game is in motion. That's not a lot of space, man. That's not a lot of space for more than maybe like a 1v1. But at some point, they gave us Cube Square, which is just our final destination in that game. And this is where all the serious fights happen. Because you don't have to complain about, oh, well, the map did this, you know, the terrain here, etc. No, what's the saying? It's not nut up or shut up, right? That doesn't sound right. Square up or shut up? Look, anyway, I just wanted to showcase that because we were hearing the Cube theme, and I want to hear that again if I'm being honest. I've always liked the twangy guitar. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at who's next. So, I believe the last character we ranked was either a Desert Blader or Soul Bad Guy. I think it was Soul Bad Guy. Just a single flat platform? Final Destination existed in Melee. Wait, did it? Did it? I don't know. When I played Melee, I only played on, like, 9 out of 10 times it was Hyrule Castle, because what a based map. Poke Floats if we were feeling wacky. O-Net if we were feeling a different flavor of wacky. And that's kind of it. There's a lot of good maps on Lost Saga, and maybe I can showcase a couple of them, because there is a bot match mode that I can maybe, like, you know, swing by later. But anyway, I believe last time we ranked Soul Bad Guy purely based on style on rank S. Now the next character on the list is going to be Heavy Crasher, because I'm pretty sure we're on page 2 now. Here's the male portrait, here's the female portrait. And if I have a little anecdote for any of these characters, I will pull them up now, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up my... Well, first I'll drag this in. This was an art piece I submitted to like 10 years ago, 8 years ago, for a contest on the NA server. We just had to like submit art, and I decided to do one of the dungeons. And there I have my Heavy Crasher in the background, Layla, we got Sheila, and we got Medi, right? I'll explain this more later, but I'm just gonna drag that in now. Let me search Layla, because I have art of her. Here's my Heavy Crasher. Unlike with Sheila, I never actually gear designed her armor, so she would need a complete redesign. Anyway, there's my Heavy Crasher. Now, moving on to the actual game here. Hang on, how's the audio number? Pretty sure it was in French before the foundation measurement. I'm just 100 100 Castle, although I'm more of a competitive player. It's just a cool map to me. Okay, either way, moving on. Let me actually load into a plaza here. Or not plaza, but HQ. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling kind of mind-flooded. Let's get a different song. By the way, dude, all of the OSTs on SoundCloud are back. I don't know if anyone else uses SoundCloud for their music, but I do. But maybe like for the better part of a year, anything that was labeled a soundtrack was just inaccessible. You could still see the playlist, but it would be empty. I noticed this a couple of days ago. The playlists are back. Dude, this is the OST up to a certain point. It's not going to have the newer stages or the dungeon themes, I don't think. But still, how nice is it to have this? I'm really happy that this is back on SoundCloud. Angkor Wat is kind of a cringe map because there's poison pits everywhere. So if you fall into those pits, you can sometimes jump out of them, but then you're poisoned for a couple of seconds. It's the same as Shadow Assassin poison. Shadow Assassin you'd put in rank A a while back. Except it lasts longer, so it's gnarly. And people will sometimes just like keep you locked in there, maybe swap to a Mafia just to keep the bullet pressure on you. So you're just taking the guard-breaking poison tick over and over and over again. Anyway, on with the characters. You can yap later, Unk. Alright. Do I have a Heavy Crasher? Let's go ahead and go to General, and it should be around here. I do not have a Heavy Crasher. I knew it would be streaming this early. I predicted it. Hello, Bob Test. I couldn't help it. I can't fucking hear you half the time? Really? Oh, shit. Oh, you're right. I guess when the music picks up, it... You know, fuck Angkor Wat then. Give me Power Plant. Sure. We're just gonna hear this on repeat. It's either too quiet or too loud. Some damn Goldilocks shit going on with the music right now. Anyway, here's Heavy Crasher. This is another ranged character. I mean, obviously we got like cannon arms, right? But we'll just go into it. 3 hit basics from there, remember. 3rd hit knocks back. Your jump attack does hit grounded. I don't think it actually grounds them. Also, the game is kind of loud. Hang on. Okay, it looks fine on OBS. And you do have a dash attack. So, as it's a ranged character, you don't have a run. Compared to the other ranged characters, I always felt like Heavy Crasher dash was actually pretty fast. And the dash attack reminded me a bit of Captain Hook dash attack. There we go. Or like Crazy Sapper. The main gimmick here is you can hold B to fire out rockets. These will faint, and they hit grounded, so you can be really annoying. Also, I don't remember these fainting before, actually, so that must be a change that they added in. Heyo, just unlocked Ballista. Oh, for Huntress? Dude, congrats. Nice, man, nice. That's about it. I think they gave this character an evolution at some point. I mean, it's a ranged character that you can move around. And by the way, this is like leaps and bounds faster than it used to be. Imagine this, but half the speed, both fire rate and walk speed. That's actually really generous of them. And the fact that that faints now is huge. And it looks like you can pick up off faint status with your basic string. At least the first hit. Maybe you want to go into your dasher instead. Either way, it's a ranged character. It's not much for combos to begin with. Really, people would just use this to in the middle of a combo, you know, like get some ground hits in. That kind of thing. Let's go ahead and move on to the skills here after we reset the I'm gonna lower the game a little bit further, because it looks like some of the sound effects are loud. Lower it by like that much. Skills from left to right. Missile, shoots homing rockets. They guard break. Homing's decent on them after a certain point. Got my chat over here. Alright, helm skill is actually pretty fun. You get a shield around you, but you can still attack. And the thing about this shield is it's a 360 guard, so I could be blocking, well, not facing the right direction, right? It doesn't last as long as I remember, so that could be a nerf. It is guard breakable, however, so this will save you from regular hits, it won't save you from a guard break. Speaking of guard breaks, we have our armor skill. It's basically just Viking armor skill, but instead of hard stunning, it's just a decent little bit of knockback. With, I guess, hard stun on the ground. It looks like prolonged ground time. I'm pretty sure you can use it in the air, yes. Can't use missiles in the air, but Blitz is just your whole B, but faster and guard breaking. Which also isn't bad, because you can move around with it. And design-wise, honestly, what's not to like here? Maybe I'm a little biased, as I did have a Heavy Crasher. Not a lot of people played this character outside of this. But I think this is... Let's take a look at that. That's not the tier list, Zex. It's the music. Heavy Crasher, I'm gonna put in a B. A lot of the ranged characters just kind of like... They have some utility, but I don't know if I would go so far as to give them an A. Maybe on style alone. Yeah, this is preferential treatment, but you know what? This is my show. So, we'll go ahead and say Heavy Crasher is an A. We must now use Mika Watts as a form of currency measurement. Sure? Wait, oh my god, you have 69 Mika Watts worth of points. Bob Test, calm down. Use your points for something else. You can redeem a drawing with that next time I do an art stream. Let's find a different song, because that's kind of quiet. Oh, Faction Battle sucked, dude. Ranked mode sucked, because everyone was an mega tryhard. Work site's pretty good. If that gets too loud, let me know. That's about it for Heavy Crasher. They may have given it an evolution at some point, but that is beyond, that is past my time. Okay, next character is one that I will not be able to show off, unfortunately. This is Special Forces, a premium character, meaning it's from the IP outside of Lost Saga that they got licenses to. Fem is like a 9 out of 10 though. The 10 out of 10 even. Phenomenal. I can briefly describe what the character played like. Your melee hits were actually like, it was like a nice combo between melee and ranged, I would say. You had a decent little knife combo, maybe like a 3 or 4 hitter. And if you quick tapped your attack skill, if you did a half D or you started actually aiming, you had a bunch of shots. Your handgun actually had a bunch of shots, and it was really good against airborne targets. So if you actually pull up, in fact, you know what? I can do it right now. This is a little bit of a... hide this screen for a second. Let me see if I can find this. I'm not signed in on YouTube, so that may give me a problem here. No Cash versus Card Magician. We're gonna look at a PvP battle that I remember having this character in. So let's go ahead and do that. Just briefly. I'll try to find the part where you can see the only time people used Special Forces was for this one utility. Here's a PvP fight. I guess you haven't actually seen gameplay in motion. Here's a swap. Oh, hang on. There was a brief showing. So it's Viking Launcher into into Death Knight, hold D Dasher for the slam down, into Priest, Air Dasher for the slam down, into Special Forces Quick Shot to launch a little bit, and then Captain Hook Bomb. So you see this right here? He didn't, like, he kind of dropped the combo here, but you just swap to Special Forces when they're launched, and then you get like 3 or 4 shots in the air. Like, bam, 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 bam. Anyway. That's about all I can show for the character, and I can briefly try to talk about the skills. This was a premium one, so they lost the license. Gex, what the hell are you saying? The Lost Saga OST is blaring in our ears. Is it? Was it still blaring? Oh my god, it was. Dude, I can't gauge the volume. Also, let me try to do this. Okay. Can you hear me now? Oh, wait. Oh, it's because the song had music too, right? I hadn't volume. Basically, the only time people used special forces was for like that extra air combo. Okay, my bad. I'd lower the music a tad. We're just gonna, you know what? It looked too quiet earlier. I'm just gonna crank it down to here. If Mika Watt is equal to 300, then $1 in Mika Watts would be 0.000333 Mika Watts. Okay. Okay, thank you. Basically, Special Forces was a cool character, like phenomenal design, by the way, for the Fem Armor. It was like a nice mix of melee and ranged, but the most time people ever used it was after launching. You get a couple of clean hits in the air. Like the homing was really nice on the handgun. The Helm skill lets you recover off of ground status. You can roll off the ground, and it also counts as an attack. So if you roll through an enemy, it counts as a half feint, I think. We never got the license for this character on the Z8 version of the game, the Z8 Games version of Lost Saga. So I had this in the original OG Planet version. We didn't get it in Z8 Games, unfortunately. They did sell the armor, so I did buy the armor and the hat, I'm pretty sure. Or at least the hat. But, I mean, that's not quite good enough, you know? Since it's not one that I can manually show off, we're just going to put Special Forces. I mean, almost in design alone, I want to put up an S, but we'll put an A. I have 1,100 Mika Watt units. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, moving along. Sorry about that. Next character is going to be Samurai, which I don't know why I have this scene over here, so it doesn't eat up most of the screen. Samurai. Here's the male portrait. Here's the female portrait. I remember having red hair. Yeah. This character is another melee character, and I don't have it, so we're going to have to preview it. Pretty fun taunt, honestly. I mean, it is what it is. It's a samurai. It looks the part, right? After reforms... Whoops. That's not my attack key. Okay, so right off the bat, this character was really fast and like could have a lot of pressure. I think it's 3-hit basics, 3rd hit half feints, and knocks back. Yeah. There's a nice launcher. I think your basics will launch, or will like... If I don't scrub it up here. Yeah, like that. But the pressure, like the actual pressure here, is you enter your hold... You hold the attack key, the D key. And it puts you in this stance. You can walk around during this stance, and you can dash out of it. When you let go of it, you go into this full, like what, 4 or 5 hitter string that will feint on the last hit, but you can cancel out of it with a dash, so... Unless that was what they... Oh, no, yeah, you can cancel literally. So you can always, like... There's a lot of pressure to be had. It looks like you can dash cancel the first hit. So you can be kind of tricky with that. And the knockback's really nice, too. Hey, Go Troll! How's it going? Samurai mentioned, yes. You have a 2-hit air combo, which just knocks back. They gave this character an evolution, and I do remember the evolution. Imagine this combo, but maybe like 2 times faster, and it guard breaks if you fully charge it. That sounds as gross as it is. So, I don't have a feint on this character, right? Because I'm pretty sure you can pick up off feints with that whole holdy string. Oh, no, there we go. I think you want to get a feint. You want to go into another hold D, and then you might be able to, like, jump cancel it into one of those. Let me see. At least, I remember you being able to do that with the evolution, so that might be what they added. It might have also had... Oh, wait, hang on. I can show off the... You can go into the dash attack and do the 2-hit jump combo. Other than that, it's a melee character, so it runs, has a regular guard. It's not infinite guard. Wouldn't really make sense if it did. And no hold D-dash here. I cannot measure anything in Mika Watts because YouTube doesn't have any sort of channel point system, unfortunately. I'm sure you would have a ton of Mika Watts if they let you in on the market, Yomu. Alright, skills from left to right. Spirit Shield. Much like the Heavy Crasher skill from earlier, it's basically that same thing, but it's quantified in the number of hits you can block, because this bar ticking down as you would get hit, it would lower faster. So I could just have the skill on this whole time without getting hit, and it would last a while, but as I get hit, it would shrink and go away much faster, right? I mean, it's a shield on a trinket skill. Not amazing or anything. The helmet's kind of fun. It's just a quick charging ground pickup, which, as you can see, is very nice for the jump attack combo. I can probably even do this into this. Right? That's not bad. And then your armor skill, the boot. You give him a kick, it launches them forward, and feints. And usable in the air. And, of course, guard breaks, like most things in the game. And your weapon skill, you can probably already assume what this is just going to be. Guard breaking, and if it hits feinted, I'm pretty sure you get the whole thing. Let me test that out real quick. Yep. That's pretty good. And then I want to say you can then jump cancel. And maybe that's what I was thinking of. Then you can jump cancel into the two-hit jumper. Okay, I kind of scrubbed it up there, but I'm sure you can see it. The evolution made this thing a menace and made it absolutely viable in the later, compared to like the later heroes. Again, we're in the simple part of the game. It just gets more and more complex, and the evolution definitely made it more viable. Now, where would I put Samurai? You'd be maybe not surprised considering how it's been so far, but I just think that's a solid character. Also, I'm gonna just let the playlist play. Alright, next character. Running back. This one's gonna be interesting, but we'll be done with this one very quickly. RB, or running back. Here's male. Here's female. I remember the female one being adorable, yeah. Fantastic. And once again, this is the Indonesian server. I don't have anything on this account, but I had like more than half the roster. I had 90 of the 100-some characters we had when the game closed down. Okay, running back is another normal character, another melee character. It's a football player. Your weapon is a football. That's pretty cool. I conceived an idea most ingenious. Let me know. I'm all ears. All right, so this character was a bit of a gimmicky character, and you're immediately going to find... I'm just going to show you. You hold the hold D puts you in this charge stance. When you let go, you dash forward. When you hit somebody, it's a hard stun. And the stun, I think, lasts longer depending on how long you charged it for. Yeah. This thing with movement speed, kind of gnarly. And then I think the dash attack launches, and then you could probably pick up with your 3-hit basic. Yep. That's pretty much the whole character, bro. I'm pretty sure your jump attack hits grounded. So you could do that, and then if you mess up, get one of those. It might even half feint. Yeah, that half feint. So you could immediately, if you had another half feint to follow that up with, go into that. Like, hang on. That's definitely too slow for me to hit with that, right? Yeah, I don't think that was a thing. It's too slow for that to fully feint, even though those two are half feints. Sports, 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 yes. That's pretty much the whole character. They gave this thing an evolution where you got a jump attack, I think by pressing either just one attack in the air or maybe even pressing guard in the air. You'll throw your football. It would arc at a really nice angle. When it hits the ground, it would bounce and then hit at another, like, nice angle. So you could hit people from off screen from, like, maybe here. So you'd be kind of a menace. And honestly, people would just put fast wings on this character and then just fly around and be absolutely annoying. Not a whole lot else to say. You might have a counterattack, but again, that's not something I can show off without the robot buddies present. Maybe you can even get a full feint with 2 dashers in a row. No, it doesn't full feint, it just goes into a knockback. Skills from left to right. Energy drink. You recharges your skills. Not much more to that. I think it's one random skill. Let me go ahead and just preview the armor skill here real quick. Let's see if that's the case. I guess I'll never know. That's fine, actually. Your helmet skill... This might sound really basic and boring, but this just gives you a ton of dexterity. And that's the stat that minimizes your fall damage. So I would have taken like a much bigger chunk there without that. So you just put this on whatever character is the character that you pump all your defense into, that you swap to when you're getting wailed on. And if they eventually throw you off the map, well, you didn't take as much damage as you would have normally. I shall keep a piece of paper, and when I go to sleep, I shall record the cumulative XP on said paper. Sure are minor flaws that I may forget, but other than that, it is an ingenious solution. If you want to, sure. I know some people were recommending that, but it became a little too many things for me too many moving parts for me to keep track of. Unfortunately, YouTube is a little behind. YouTube streaming is a little behind Twitch in that regard. All right. That's it for the helmet skill, and the armor skill is... Okay, a bit of a dud there. I think if you hit in the sweet spot directly in front of somebody, this just sends them flying. I wouldn't really count that as flying. That's kind of a disappointment. It has some knockback. It guard breaks. There's not much more to that. It's kind of mid. I do like the aesthetic, though. I mean, I'm not a sports ball kind of guy, right? I draw giant anime tits, for crying out loud. And I stream on Twitch for a quote-unquote living. It's not a living, though. But, I mean, it's a nice aesthetic. I don't know. It's good colors, too. Purple and yellow. And then your weapon skill is just a guard-breaking version of your hold D. With increased knockback, I want to say. Decently enough. I think if you line it up right, you might be able to hit twice. I'll try one time here, but you could probably see it. Yeah. I think maybe due to DevK's hitboxes, that doesn't work the way it should. Get out of here, DevK. But that's it for the character. The evolution doesn't give it a guard break, I don't think. It just makes it much, much, much faster. Like, imagine this, but even faster. Okay. I'm going to put running back on a B. Maybe even a C, because it's just kind of like a gimmick, but just for style and, like, uniqueness compared to the rest of the roster, that's fun. Go to game, man. First time playing? No, I played this a fuck ton some 10 years ago. I'm going back and I'm just ranking all the characters because I found this on Tier Maker. Let's see. The XP to Mikowa conversion, that is a problem for various reasons. First of all, I do not know the channel points to Mikowa conversion myself. How many channel points do you get just by watching, guys, on the Twitch side? You can claim like a little bundle of like 300 points or something every once in a while. I'm not sure how that is. Next character on the list, by the way, is one I cannot show off again. This is another premium character, Chaos Dahlia. I loved my Chaos Dahlia on the NA server. It's another bow and arrow character, but unlike Robin Hood from way before, I guess I was back on page 1, you were able to free aim this bow and arrow wherever you wanted, and it would hit grounded. And oddly enough, there was an infinite combo using its jump attack. If you timed your jumps just right, you could keep the target on the ground for as long... Like, you would, like, inch... Hang on, maybe I can briefly show this off. Okay, hang on. Imagine this, but you're firing 2 arrows at once at, like, a very accurate, like, specific timing. But eventually you'd run out of ground or whatever, right? So it's not technically an infinite. That, you know, that existed at one point. Okay. What else about Chaos Dahlia? I mean, the design, I actually really did not like the hat back in the day, but it did grow on me. The helmet skill, you would turn invisible and run around. It was basically just Shadow Assassin armor skill, but on a helmet slot. I think it might have also been a recovery skill, so it has... I guess so is Shadow Assassin armor. I guess that's not that unique, it's just that on a helmet slot. The armor skill, I cannot even remember what it did, actually. Trinket's nice. The cape, you would slide on the ground, and it would launch people if they were grounded. So then you could get some kind of combo off of them, and it was very quick charging. I had that on my Magnet character. We're not going to get to Magnet for like another 100 characters. And then weapon skill is wherever you're aiming your bow and arrow, you just fire 5 or 6 guard-breaking arrows. That's about all I can show for Chaos Dahlia, sadly. Now, alright, buckle up, boys. Buckle up. So I don't know why the portrait for Zoro is so, like, cropped incorrectly here, but this is Zoro. On the NA server, he was called Fencer due to those copyright reasons I was telling you about before, but I fucking love Fencer. This is contender for my favorite character in the game, and I'm gonna show you why right now. Hang on, what's a good song? What is a good song? Boot Camp is nice, Enchanted Forest is nice. I need, like, what's, like, one of the best songs in the game? Can I get the main theme? Headquarters. There we go. Alright, buckle up, boys. And I'm gonna mess with my volume one more time. Alright. Well, first and foremost, here's me, right? Of course. My actual fencer from the NA server was a character of mine. I don't really draw her enough at all. Anyway, melee character, so you already know the basics. You have a run instead of a dash. This character, you do have a double jump. Oh, actually, this is the evolution. So this is the one case where I can actually showcase the character's evolution. I'll try to showcase the character without the evolution, and then I'll go into what the evolution adds in. Okay, this is a very agile character that scales really well with movement speed, like at least 70, maybe a bit more if that's not fast enough for you. I'm gonna from the ground up explain the character and show off how fun it is. 4-hit basics, 4th hit feints, right? You have a hold D that you do this like flying knee, right? If you hit a target with this, it will launch them into the air with you, lining them up perfectly for a jump attack. Your first jump attack is a slam that ground bounces in a really fun way, and then your second jump attack is a downward stab that bounces in a fun way as well. I think that bounce is an evolution only thing though, so normally it would end there. Without the evolution, you would just like knock them back a little bit. Now here's the thing. You're so fucking agile. Look at how, like, so I'm facing him from his left, right? Well, what if I wanted to knock him back that way? I can. Like, once you land this, or once you land your jump attack in the air, your first jump attack is this, like, kick downward. It yeets you back, it sends you back into the air, and you can double jump out of it, and you can attack out of it. So, after double jumping, you now have this downward stab. This downward stab feints, right? And again, off feint status, you can go into that flying knee, into this. Once you get that bounce, you can get a 4-hit combo. And that's leading more into, like, evolution territory. Let's see, what else? You do have a really nice counterattack. I can show it off, because we do have the Robot Buddies. Hang on. Because the counterattack sets them up at a half feint. Just perfectly putting, like, you won't be able to recover, you won't be able to block out of that counterattack. Okay, no, I'm fucking up my timing here. Bam, and then immediately go into your flying knee. I could probably knock him off here, actually. Dude, this character feels so good. I wish I could better describe to you why this is one of my favorite characters. I'm gonna try. Okay, before I go into the evolution stuff, that's basically it. Yeah, that's basically it for the character without the evolution. So you would want to, like, trick them, maybe aim your third basic away from them so they stop blocking, and then hit them with the feinting one, and then again after the feint, you can go into your hold D, into your air combo thing. Or your Zoro bounce, as I used to call them. Okay. You also have a dash attack, before I forget. And it is a half feint. If you're fast enough, you can get a full feint off of this. I was never fast enough. You need to have, like, robotic timing to get that. But it is a half feinter. So if you maybe got, like, a medic jump attack, or medic dash attack, and then followed up with one of these, it would be a full feint. Yep, dash attack. Oh, hello again, Mycene. Thank you for subscribing last time. Alright. I'm going to explain the skills, then I'll explain how the evolution changed the character. From left to right, you have Vanish. This is a nice ground and I think half feint recovery. It just puts you in the air. Like the briefest bit of iframes at the beginning of it as well, I think. You can use it in the air so you can be really tricky and get, like, it's very mobile, right? In fact, I'll just go ahead and showcase this. We'll get punched and I'll show you the recovery factor of it. So this dude's gonna knock me onto the ground, probably, anyway. Dev K, your robot AI sucks, bro. Dev K. Do the launcher. Oh my god, I can't believe this guy. Okay, well, you can see it's a half feint recovery like that, I'm pretty sure. I guess that wouldn't even count as a half feint, but you get what I mean. It is a recovery skill. And when you're on grounded status, you'd be able to jump out of it. And Zoro, or Fencer, is what I'm used to calling him, actually, is really good in the air, as I've said before, so... Although the gravity on that, when you're falling down, is a little different, so... You can go into one of those, and then... etc., as I already showed off earlier. The helmet skill is one of the best gears in the entire game. And that's not me being hyperbolic. Zoro helm or Fencer helm, after you do any kind of action in the air, whether it's a double jump or a jump attack, you get a free dodge roll when landing. You can dodge in any direction, by the way. I don't think it has iframes, but it basically makes any jump attack safe, because as soon as you hit the ground, you start rolling. Zoro helm is amazing, dude. Like, that alone right there, like, everyone wanted this thing. And for the longest time, Zoro on the NA server was kind of like in copyright hell for a little while. They ended up just releasing the character by changing the name to Fencer, which is kind of weird because they just left the Z on the hat anyway. Anyway. Everybody wanted this hat, because of course you did. I had this hat on my Druid, I had it on a couple of other characters, but for sure I had it on my Druid, and of course on my Fencer as well. Armor skill, also a ground recovery and a half feint recovery, I think. You throw out a couple of rose bombs, they'll launch the target when hit, and it does hit grounded, so go ahead and feint here. Bam! I'll show you a couple of, I guess, combos after this. It does have iframe. It was the most overpowered helmet. Yes. Okay, if this has iframes, that's insane, dude. It's been a long time since I played. Like, the NA server closed down in 2019. And it looks like the game's a little loud again, so I'm going to lower that. Also, kind of an amazing taunt right there. Just saying. Okay, and weapon skill is a 3 or 4 hitting guard break. And it does leave them fainted. I think the evolution lets you do it in the air. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an evolution thing. And of course, if they're feint status, you can immediately go into your combos. Alright, now for what the evolution added. Some things to get out of the way right now. You have an air hold D with the evolution now. It's not guard breaking, but it is pretty fast. It's not very safe on block, I don't think. So you want to be sparing with that. But it does feint. And again, feinting sets you up so nice on this character. Let's see. So do you see the meter, the passive meter next to my weapon skill? You have 2 charges of this. I could have sworn it was 3 charges, and this is maybe a post-nerf Fencer Evo. But it lets you jump cancel out of almost any action. Which that might not sound like a lot, but dude, you could be so unpredictable. And it also really helps extending your combos. More on that momentarily. What else did it add? You can even do it in the air, by the way. It's honestly insane. Like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure it lets you do the weapon skill in the air. Oh, so with that knowledge, one could possibly make a calculation of XP to Mika watts. Actually, I think the XP gain waiting time is around an hour, so it'll be around 75 EXP every hour. Okay. I'll take your word for it, honestly. Like, if you want to think up the calculations, be my guest. That's not my wheelhouse. I draw, alright? Anyway, continuing forward. I'm just going to show you what the combos look like on this character now. Let's say we landed the feint. We'll go into this. Jump cancel, jump cancel, jump cancel. Extend... Well, I accidentally edged myself there, but you can already see the jump cancel lets you... You can send your target to not another P.O. box, but pretty far. And then you can get these, and if you have the default armor skill, which I did rock the default armor skill, you can keep it going again. Let me actually try again from the beginning. Let's reset his health bar. Alright. And again, like, with enough movement speed, you'd be pretty tricky to maybe, like, cross them up. Maybe I'll get a feint over here. Oops. Maybe we'll get, like, a feint from this angle, then hold D, sorry. Look, I'm on the Indo server, okay? My lag is crazy. Oops. Try that one more time. Almost a full hit there. Get the armor skill. I was a bit slow with the armor skill because I tried getting the 4th hit. Hang on. I'll try one more time. Then immediately go into the armor skill to get another one of those, and then another one of these. That's 15 hits. That's not bad, dude. I accidentally edged myself. Zexel Sayer 6826. That's what we call knocking people off the map. Bob Test, okay? That's what we called it edging, okay? I get it. That has another meaning. That's just what we called it. And you know what we call the attack key in this game is the D key. I swapped it to JK and L. This is my hold D attack. I send out a flying knee. Yes, hold D and edging. Very funny. Thank you. Like, this character is so tricky, so agile, and just fun. And if you're fighting somebody that is maybe crutching too much on jump attacks, like, what's the character that has a really annoying jump attack? Do I have any? Like, maybe there's a Shadow Assassin that keeps going for this for some reason. That's kind of annoying, right? If you could predict when and where they were going to jump to, hit him with one of those midair, and suddenly you get the slam down. And you have them exactly where you want them. This is a character that I could easily recommend just playing default gears because of just how fun that kit is. Legitimately, what a fun character. It goes without saying, but I will say it anyway. Fencer is an easy S. Also, I forgot to rank Chaos Dahlia because it's a character that I can't really show off. We'll probably go with a B, just because it's another ranged character. Not a whole lot going on there. Ignore that Discord beep. Whoops. Go ahead and mute my tablet. That was not your Discord beep. That was my Discord beep. Like, easily. Like, the very tip-top of S tier, even. Leveling up in this game takes forever. Even before they added the raid mode that's supposed to give you a lot of EXP. So having a character that was over, like, level 30 or 40, it was actually, like, impressive. That showed it was a character you used a lot and really liked. My Fencer was level 73 or 74 when the server closed down. For reference, both of my medics, yes, I had 2 medics, they were level 80. So, again, it goes to show just how much I used those characters. Alright, moving on. What is the next character on the list? Jin Kisaragi. Unfortunately, another character that I just cannot show. They tried to make him play like his Blaze Blue counterpart. It was 3-hit basics with like knockback, and he had a like ice mechanic, but it wasn't like Ice Mage Ice where it would keep them frozen. It would just kind of like momentarily freeze them and then knock them upwards for, I guess, for combo potentiality. I mean, design-wise, it's Jin Kisaragi. It's a good design. Now, here's a clever thing that they did, and I really liked that they did this. Fem Jin Kisaragi is Noelle Vermilion, because they're basically wearing the same uniform. I don't know a whole lot about the Blaze Blue lore, but they're from the same like organization or whatever. So you don't have Noelle's dual guns or her weapon in the game at all, but you could get her gear in-game, which was really fun. I like that a lot. I had a Jin Kisaragi on the OG Planet server, and I don't think I had one on Z8. I never wanted to buy one because it was kind of basic. He did have his ice cars, by the way. If you've ever seen him in Blaze Blue where he like rides on a chunk of ice, he did have that, at least. That was his dash attack, and you could do it twice in a row. From what I remember, Trinket skill is his super where he gets a bow and arrow made out of ice and fires them, you know, a bunch into the air. And if you hit somebody with that, I think it would constantly freeze them and hit them over and over again, which was pretty cool if you could. A pretty simple combo would just be any launcher into Jin Kisaragi Trinket. Helmet, I think, just does like an ice aura around you when you're in the air. I can't remember what the rest of the helmet is. I mean, I could pull up a Takayasugi video, and you know what? We will. Hang on. I'm gonna cover that up for a sec. Maybe he talked about the character after the reform. I'll pause the music for now. Takayasugi Jin Kisaragi. No, I'm looking for Takayasugi, not all these other videos. Hang on. Takayasugi. So I've showed this guy off briefly, but this was our one... nope, not that one. I want the Lost Saga Takayasugi. He was named after a wrestler that he liked, I think. Here we go. Takayasugi, rest in peace. He moved on to another channel. He didn't want to tell anybody what it was, I guess. Okay. Do we have Jin Kisaragi video still up? This was our one content creator for the game, by the way. And he was pretty well liked. Okay. 12 years ago. Jesus. All right, let's hear Takayasugi talk about the character. I think he's gonna... It's a 3-minute video. I think he's going to be pretty quick with it.
You effectively get a little bit more range.
3-hit basics?
Looks like the third hit's a little bit faster to come out than before, so a little bit better pressure. Your whole D now travels farther.
Oh right, you have the ice projectile,
well,
and you see how I mean how the ice like bounces up instead of freezing them in place.
Instead of just like doing a minor freeze. So
yeah,
you
there.
Connect with this. You can
go into the ice cars.
Set
Yeah.
For some great combos, pretty much, and do some awesome things with that. So really great stuff.
I didn't even know you could chain 2 ice swords together. That's kind of cool.
Maybe.
Oh wait, he's gonna show off the dasher. Yeah.
So you can see this comes out insanely.
There's his
fast
ice
now.
cars.
It's like it's just so quick now. It's just so quick. So really cool looking. So a lot more fast paced.
And let's see if he'll show off the skills.
A little bit. A new defensive property on Jin as well, which is a really big.
Oh, I remember now. You like punch the ground and it makes ice in front of you.
Change for him. So he does have a deflect now. So you can see.
If you time your block right, you can parry.
Deflect.
It's called deflecting.
Sorry. Focus. There we go. So you get the picture. There. Kind of missed it there.
I think since this is just the reform, he's not going to show off the other skills. But here's the weapon skill.
So moving on, your weapon skill travels a little bit further. I kind of missed it there, but let's try again.
I think he's a bit far for that.
Yeah, maybe around right here is your max range, give or take. Oh, maybe not.
You could also use it in the air, but I forget what the airborne version does.
There we go. So
it bounces them towards you, though, which was kind of sick. All right, I'm going to leave Takayasugi's channel open, and maybe we can show off some other premium characters through that, since I won't be able to show them otherwise. Either way, I'm half tempted, in fact. Let me look up what, Lust Sin. Jin Kisaragi. Just in memory of the premium character no longer with us. That's Lust Sin, too. I want regular Lust Sin. It's not part of the Lost Saga OST, but, I mean, he's in Lost Saga. I'm going to put Jin in an S. A lot of the premiums are probably going to go up here, just on style and alone. Looks hard to hit. The weapon skill, I think he was just trying to... He was just being a little too far away. He was trying to show the max range of it. Honestly, I think he's more of an A. But, I mean, it's Jin Kisaragi. Alright? I have something to admit. When I first started playing Lost Saga, the only reason I started playing it was because I saw Ragna the Blood Edge and Jin Kisaragi and Hazama from Blaze Blue in the game. And that was enough to get me to play it. And, well, the rest is history. I played it for the, like, next decade and a half of my life. Anyway. Alright, moving on. This is another character that I can't show off. This is another premium character. I don't even know what Kung Fu Master is from. It's just a character that fights with nunchucks. Hello? I guess Lost Saga XYZ doesn't have fan. No, there it is. I remember they used this as marketing for, like, I think they would just Photoshop a hero scroll here instead for some of the events, I'm pretty sure. Is it even worth showing off? Like, I did it for the Blaze Blue characters, because I love the Blaze Blue characters. Kung Fu? No, that's Kung Fu Panda. I don't know what it was called on NA server. Yeah, I won't be able to show off this one. There's not a whole lot to talk about. You have a hold D stance where you're constantly moving forward while spinning your nunchucks. And that was kind of decent pressure, but it wasn't like... It wasn't a whole lot to write home about. I think you had a nice launcher on your dash attack, and that's kind of it, dude. There wasn't much more to the character. Yomu's wondering how many channel points you get just for watching. It's every couple of minutes you can redeem some little bundle of them. I'm not sure. Wait, oh. I skipped over How did I not see Necromancer? Whoops. Well, I mean, Kung Fu Master, I think, is going to be our first C rank. I really remember not liking it at all the couple times I got to try it. It was another one that was just kind of caught up in copyright shenanigans. Now, properly up next is Necromancer. Here's male, here's femme. We had a couple of Necromancer mains on the server. Phenomenal, by the way. This is technically a melee character. I don't think it counts as a mage, despite what you would think looking at it. Necromancer. Maybe it does count as a mage, actually. Hang on. Let me check the shop. No, he counts as a mage. Huh. Okay. I'm remembering wrong, then. Necromancer. I mean, it's a Necromancer. Looks the part. I think you have 3-hit basics, and I want to say 3rd hit just knocks back. No, 3rd hit half faints. Your dash attack fires out these skulls. By the way, do you see this skull that's animating? That would use the texture of your weapon. So if you gear designed the weapon, that animated skull would be using the texture that you drew on there, which was really fun. So you could make some really like funny or fucked up faces, and then they become big whenever you attacked. That was a clever little thing that I don't think a lot of people knew about. I usually expect a Bruce Lee reference when it comes to nunchucks. Well, if you wait, hold the phone. I got a Bruce Lee reference for you later, homeboy. Also, whoops, I don't want to hear more lusts, and we'll go back to the Lost Saga OST. Hold that thought, Matt. Hold that thought. Onto the character. So, despite being a mage, you do have, I think, an air dasher. Yeah, and your air dasher does half faint, but it doesn't fully faint. Instead, knocks back. Maybe if you... Hang on, maybe if I did a 3-hitter into a quick air dasher? No, the dasher would still just knock back, I think. Decent range on it. Also, hang on. Lower that a little bit. Just by having this attack air dash, I feel like it makes you more mobile than a lot of the mages. So I even remember this guy not being a mage. As a mage, you do have 360 guard. You have a double jump. Of course, you have an air dasher. You can air dasher after a double jump, which is very nice. Makes the hitbox look kind of weird, but it still works. The mechanic here is when you hold D, you eventually charge up these 3 circles, and they let you fire out these projectiles that follow your movement. So you would do stuff to be kind of tricky, to like have these hit from behind. Since most characters don't have the 360 guard, you could send your little bat familiars to hit from behind, trick them up. Maybe that gets them to face that direction. You hit them with a half feint, go into something else, right? Gain X amount of points every X minutes compared to 75 every hour. And the Twitch experts over there know the specifics behind it all. I couldn't tell you. Sorry. If anyone watching on Twitch knows how many channel points you get for watching. And it changes based on if you're subscribed or not, Yomu, so it's, what's the word? It's variable. I don't remember if you can hold D in the air. No, but your regular D does fire out 2 bats, which you can go ahead and control. They gave this thing an evolution, and I could not tell you a single thing what the evolution changes, so we won't be talking about it, because I just don't know. Let's see. I think we'll just move on to the skills. It's a mage, not much else to go about there. The mechanic is nice. And instead of being like, instead of giving you a targeting reticule with your hold D, instead you get this mechanic, where you charge up your bats. Alright, skills from left to right. Arachnid. 3 homing spiders that do poison. It is like gnarly poison, like Shadow Assassin. It might not last as long. It doesn't last as long as Shadow Assassin poison. But, as you saw there, I do believe that hits grounded. Okay, well, that's just gonna kill him. How can I quickly knock down? I guess 2 air dashers in a row, or 2 dashers in a row. I'm pretty sure this hits grounded. He just recovers too fast for them to hit. 5 minutes for 10 points. Sometimes there's bonuses that give 50. Yes, that's why it's so very variable. All right, helmets. So you might already kind of recognize that little icon right there, but you get an Undead Savage Berserker that does the Savage Berserker helmet skill. Kind of fun, actually. It just does knockback. I think the default, like the actual alive Savage Berserker helm skill is better because it kind of sets you up. But, I mean, it's decent knockback. Whoops! Well, here's a preview of how crazy the skills get later on. Uh-oh. That's not what I meant to hit. You can ignore that. We're still in the era of the game where it's very quaint what you can do on any given character. Anyway, armor skill. You probably recognize Grim Reaper. You definitely do if you played Crusade mode before. Summons the Grim Reaper. He'll home in on the nearest target and do a guard-breaking bit of fall damage. And then your weapon skill is a bunch of bats that will actually stun if you hit with enough of them. I don't think your regular bats stun if you hit with all 3. No, they don't. It's specifically the weapon skill version. We had a main, I can't remember, Alkavine Bloodright, I think, back on the NA server. Yeah. Okay. Where would I put Necromancer? I want to say B, but the fact that he's a mobile mage makes me want to put him in A, but I'm going to say B. And I can't mention for what it would be with the evolution, because I don't know the evolution. Was that Iron Man level 3 super? You're actually not that far off. You can ignore that for now, though. That's like 200 heroes from now, okay? Look, we're still in the basic, 3-hit basic territory, alright? We're still in the territory where a bit of fall damage, guard-breaking fall damage is really hype. Oh, whoops. If you hit them out before they take the fall damage, they don't take the fall damage anymore, so you gotta be careful with that. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to have that still on screen. You didn't miss much. I just did the armor skill again. Alright. I think we will put him in B. And this does feel kind of mean-spirited, but I really don't remember there being much to this character. Like, the one thing was the pressure with the hold D, but nobody used him. Like, he just wasn't really that good. Kung Fu Master. Alright, hang on. Hello, base department. Spartacus, a.k.a. Gladiator. Depends on what server you're on, I think. Here's male, here's femme. Phenomenal. Alright, yet another melee character. This is a melee character that I did actually have, though. So, remember how I told you infinite block is a really good thing? And not a lot of characters have infinite block? Well, Gladiator is one of the few characters that has infinite block. Normally, your block will time out. It usually lasts like, what, 2 seconds? And so when someone is comboing you, if their combo lasts long enough, which it more than likely will, your block timer is going to run out and you're going to eat crow. So if I'm hitting somebody with a 3-hitter, I would instead, or if I'm being hit by a 3-hitter, I'd want to block all 3 times. You know what I mean? Instead of just holding it down. But certain characters, generally characters with shields, not all of them, but generally characters with shields, you have infinite block, which is just really nice. And not only that, so Justice Defender was so far the only other character with infinite block in the roster. Justice Defender could walk while blocking, which is its own level of, like, based. But not to say that Spartacus here, or Gladiator, I'm pretty sure Gladiator is what we called it, doesn't have a mobility option. You can roll, and then it actually blocks you away from where you are rolling from for an extra little bit of security. This is already really nice. Okay. 4-hit basics, I believe fourth hit, no, it doesn't faint, it hard stuns. I want to say your basic string will pick up off hard stun. No, it does not. Your dash attack is guard breaking, I think, and sends them back quite far. There is a follow-up with the evolution. Never mind, you have the follow-up by default. Huh. I think it's too slow to follow up with that. It has such a long wind-up because it is guard breaking, I'm pretty sure. So I'm kind of scrubbing it up here. Okay, that doesn't quite pick up very well. Despite being really mobile with your dash, you do feel kind of slow. I would maybe want some movement speed on this character. I want to say your jump attack half feints. Yeah, your jump attack half feints. And you don't have a hold D dasher without the evolution. I don't even know if the evolution gives you one. Let's see. You more than likely have a deflect. I can't show that off. So I think we're going to go on to the skills. Trinket skill. If you hit with this just right, you can hit a bunch of times. And that does guard break throughout the whole duration of it, so not bad. I don't know if you could... Yeah, no. It has too slow of a wind-up. I guess since it is guard breaking. So that'd be around 120 minutes, 600 max points per hour compared to the 75 EXP per hour. It really is pretty drastically different. Twitch and YouTube. Your helmet skill will do nothing if you don't press attack afterwards. The longer you hold it, the farther the knockback will be. The problem is I don't really remember the timing for this. If you time it just right, I think you get knocked fall damage. Which is nice, it's guard breaking. I mean, you can also quick tap it, but I don't think it'll send very far. Your armor skill is... You get a targeting reticule, you jump forward, knock back, and it guard breaks. You could knock off the map with that pretty nicely. And I want to say that hits grounded. I'll check right now. We'll do a quick tap of the helm skill. Doesn't send them far at all. And then... Oh! If you hit a grounded target, it restands them. Interesting. Weapon skill, you become, like, damn near invulnerable for a little while. And then you can tap the attack key to do a feint. The evolution... another bonus is you can block in the air. Much like JD can. Two of the more defensive characters in the game for sure. The evolution gives you... You know how when I do the dash attack, I can tap a direction to get that follow-up? It lets you do that follow-up after mini attacks. Not just the dash attack. And it gives you an air hold D that is this animation, I think. And it feints, but it doesn't guard break. That's about it. It also changes the shield to be like a big tower shield instead of this little gladiator buckler. That infinite block alone, I feel like, sends you pretty, like, look. I don't even think this is B tier. I think this is an easy A. And I want to say maybe even S. That being said, I'm stupid, so it could be very incorrect. However, I am confident, and I believe that. I think that checks out. All right. I'm going to put S. That's a cool character right there, Gladiator. I feel like people would just spam the air hold D, much like Iron Knight from way back, the first character in the game. How he has that very quick, full feint hold D. I think people would spam that with the Gladiator Evo, but I wouldn't go so far as to put it down here. I think that's an easy S. Okay, who's up next now? Exorcist, my beloved. Unfortunately, another character I can't show off. I don't even know what IP this premium character is from, but it is a premium character, so it's no longer in the game. Dude, 13-year-old me, when I first played this game, thought the fit on this guy was immaculate. 30-year-old me, almost 31-year-old me, feels the exact same. You know, I think this is a little questionable. You can't see my mouse cursor, but I know that symbol has different meanings on different religions and stuff, but I'm pretty sure if I went out in public dressed like this, they'd mistake me for a Nazi. Again, I'm sure the symbol has different meanings, but that's like the one questionable thing here. Anyway, we're going to take that and that is that and this is this, all right? It's like I woke up the sleeper agent zoomers in the chat by saying that. Melee character... Had fun combo game, the whole D-dasher, you would do an axe kick that would do a nice ground slam. You could half charge all of your punches to get a little more oomph on them. And I think the last hit would do an uppercut. You could do a full hold D to fire out this knife that he's holding. Oh, I didn't show out Fem yet. Oops. I don't remember what Fem looked like, actually. Ooh, that's pretty good. So the knife would travel ahead of you and spin in a circle and then come back. If it hit a target, it would stop, but that knife half feints, setting you up very nicely to get a full feint off of almost anything else, right? Roland? Question mark? Question mark? Okay. Skills, from what I remember, Trinket was... Actually, no, Trinket was kind of basic. You get a charging reticule, much like Gladiator just was. So imagine this, except you're leaned forward. You're like crouching down, holding your sword sheath. Well, not your sheath, but you're holding your sword. And then you leap forward. It's a guard breaking slash. There's not much more to it than that. The helmet skill, I cannot remember. You know what? Maybe I'll get a brief descriptor on here. Hang on. Let's open up another page. Your armor skill, you would start like... kind of like... I don't know how to describe it. You would do a certain motion with your hands, and if you press the attack... The longer you would let it charge, the longer this would last. I think you would maybe like clap your hands, and it would do a big pulse around you. Enemies hit by that would get staggered for a little bit. It would be longer the longer you take to... the longer you let it charge, but if you let it overcharge, I think it cancels the skill. So there was some timing to that. It might even have restood grounded targets. Let's go and take a look here. Can I get a descriptor of the armor skills? Okay, gears. Exorcist. Hang on. No. Okay. This database isn't perfect. Do we have a premium filter? It was an armor, I can tell you that much. Yeah, no. We have, like, Trapper next to Muay Thai. That's like, there's 100 character difference between these two. Anyway, that's basically it for the character. Oh! Whoops. Spoiler alert. The weapon skill would throw out another knife, but it would guard break and hit multiple times. Good for, like, pressure. I cannot remember what Exorcist helmet did, unfortunately, but I liked this character a lot. This was one of the ones that I actually bought. It was a premium character. So, normal characters you can get just by playing the game. Premium characters you could only get by paying money. Rare characters you could normally only get by paying money, but you could also get them through events and stuff. Premiums were... They have a contract for this character design. So you gotta pay them money for it. There was no earning premiums normally. Except for that one time you could get Soul Bad Guy that I told you about last Thursday. I'm sorry, but I'm putting my boy in S tier. I just like him too much. Alright. Next character on the list. So, I have some words for pro wrestler here. Here's pro wrestler male, and here's pro wrestler female. This looks exactly like... Hang on, I'm gonna look up a Vanguard card. Flam Glam Vanguard? Wait, hang on. Omega Brain. This is the card game that I like playing. I'm gonna be playing it with Prismia soon. Hang on. HR would like you to identify the difference between the two. Okay, it's not quite as similar as I thought, but that immediately, like, my neurons started clacking together, but I guess maybe that's not actually right. My brain is braining, and my theory of hourly XP is correct. I feel very smart. Good job! I am not... Math is not my strong suit whatsoever, so you got that on me. Alright. Let me show you Pro Wrestler. I have some words to say about Pro Wrestler. I have some words to say about Pro Wrestler. I'm just going to rip off the Band-Aid. This character was broken on the NA server. Not broken like, oh, he's so good. Broken as in any grab type attack in this game. Whoops. Any grab style attack did not work with lag, and there was a minute bit of lag for everyone on the NA server. Grabs used to work when the server was based on peer-to-peer. So we would be connecting to each other, and grabs would work back on the OG Planet days. But then when WeMade took over, they swapped to a server-based system, and it just hasn't worked ever since, unfortunately. So right off the bat, this guy is supposed to be able to grab people, put them in a arm lock, and then move around with them. It only lasts a little while, but you can then, if you slam them into a wall, they would get stunned. Let me see if I can show this off here. Easier said than done here. Like, you're seeing that grab whiff? Imagine that, but all the time. I don't know why that doesn't count as a wall. Like 3-hit basics, I think 3rd hit knocks back. Yeah. Oh no, 4-hit basics. 4th hit. I was gonna say 3rd hit hard stuns, but no, it's the 4th hit. Okay, all right. You're coming with me, DevK. You hit. Okay, I'm pretty sure the evolution makes that hard stun when you slam them into the wall. What is the square root of 4, bro? I haven't thought about math since I was in high school. I'm 30 years old. I couldn't tell you. Does it? I actually don't know. I don't remember what square root means. 4, 1. I couldn't tell you. Okay. Stylish wise, badass as hell. Just any grab type attack in this game did not work on our server. So if anybody played this guy, it was strictly for like maybe the drop kick dash attack. They gave this character an evolution where once you can grab off the ground, by the way, which would normally be really strong, but what does it matter when the grab doesn't work half the time? It would give you fighting game style inputs. So once you grabbed somebody, I think it was like half circle back, half circle forward, that kind of thing. But you would do like some pro wrestling moves, like snap their spine over your knee and then slam them down behind you. It was gnarly, and that surprisingly worked maybe half the time on the NA server, but half the time it also didn't work. So you have a 2-hit dasher. You can immediately go into the dropkick just by a hold D. Even though this is a melee character, he does have a super jump. And attacking out of the super jump will pancake the target. But if you whiff, well then, that's rough, buddy. Let's see if I can actually hit DevK here. It'll actually pancake them, leaving them on the ground longer, more time for you to go for your grabs, right? That's how the character is supposed to play. Trinket, this is a guard-breaking clothesline. You just kind of run through somebody. It, like, drops them onto the ground. That's kind of it. You might be able to, like, combo off of that. I guess, kind of, yeah. Helmet skill is a grab. The knockback, or the bounce on it is really nice, but, I mean, it's a grab, so it's not going to work, right? Beowulf before Beowulf. Yeah, minus the chair, anyway. It might have a chair, actually, Matt, but that's the evolution. And I don't remember the evolution well enough. Armor skill, I think, yeah, is badass as hell. Armor skill is badass as hell. By the way, all these grabs, I'm pretty sure hit grounded. Yep. Yep. Imagine how cool that would be if it only worked on our server. And then if we're talking cool, the web skill, you get to spin somebody. You eventually throw them in a direction. You could tap the skill early to let go where they're currently facing. So I could choose to yeet them off early. Style and, like, character, like, moveset design, very fun, but in good conscience, I just cannot rate this thing anything other than, like, a C or a D, just because he doesn't work. I'm gonna say his style is what barely saves him from being a D. So, unfortunately, there's our second C tier already. That might sound kind of harsh. It's not his fault that he doesn't work. It's just the crappy state of the game's fault that he doesn't work. I'm sure if you played in Korea, it would be really fun to play him, because everyone in Korea has amazing internet, but that's not the case here. So, grabs just didn't work. It sucks. Okay, the next character on the list. We're kind of blitzing through these. Magic Lancer. This is the period of the game where they were getting contracts left and right. This is another premium. I don't know what the character is from. Actually, what happens if we click details? Will this tell me the gears? Because if so, I'll go back to... Ooh, hang on. Dude, shout out Lost Saga XYZ. I just want to briefly go over this. Hang on. This will help me because I won't remember I won't remember some of the skills. So Exorcist. We'll just go by the descriptors here. Okay, well, the descriptions aren't that great. Stiffens the target by the amount of energy condensed. Yes, so how I said, you let it charge. Concentrates key in the hand and fires. I remember now! You start going like... You start rapid fire punching out a bunch of blue fireballs, and I think it guard breaks and puts fire status. Dude, I used to love this thing back in the early days of the game. Yeah, leap to a selected location and slash. Okay. I think this is Google translated, so it's not going to be very informative, but the fact that it's there is nice. Magic Lancer, I'm going to have to blitz through this guy. Design-wise, very cool, and I'm pretty sure Fem Magic Lancer is adorable. Right about now. Yep. Mischievous, even. Cool weapon. It did not feel fun to play. I had an opportunity to buy this, because we did briefly get the contract on the NA server, but... like, very clunky 3-hit basics. You have a whole D string that will cycle between the 3 elements. Fire... well, the 3 elements back then. Fire, ice, and lightning. And they will hit grounded and with different properties. I think if you hit somebody on grounded with ice or fire, it'll knock them back up for combo potentiality, but the character did not feel good to play. Like, long animations, you can't act or dash or jump cancel out of these animations, so a character like that is hard to play for someone like me that's used to Fencer, you know, that's used to, like, really agile, fast characters. Playing a character that's just locked into these slow animations, you know, that's asking for a lot. Let's go ahead and look at the details, because I don't remember the skills at all. I think the weapon skill is you just do a combo. We can see him in 3D. Oh, that's loading. We'll take a look down here. Attack by spinning the spear and stabbing, and depending on what button you press, it does the different elements. Oh, you summon 3 magic spearmen. They run and attack nearby targets. Summon a dummy and step back. I think it's a recovery skill where you leave a dummy behind. And the cloak changes weapon to a bow and fires multiple arrows. I don't remember that. Oh, there's a brief example. Damn. Can we see different animations? I don't know what I'm doing here. But either way. There's a brief look at Magic Lancer. Fem design, phenomenal. Not much to it outside of that, and the way it's just so clunkily put together. I think this guy's another C. Harsh maybe, but like, I really did not like him when I got the chance to try him out. Now, I have actually seen people do really good with him, but I did not have the patience to have to sit through all of those animations, dude. Like, it I don't know. Not for me, so we'll leave him in C. This one is gonna be interesting. I don't even know why I'm going to another scene, but I'm gonna. So here we have another special character. Not a melee, but a special. We have Puppeteer. Hey, thank you for the follow. Who was that? I actually don't have my dashboard open up. Hang on. Go ahead and load that up. A Puppeteer. I definitely don't own this character on this server, so we're gonna have to go into training. You could probably say this is a melee character, but it's technically regarded as special. Again, the special category is kind of just there. It doesn't mean a whole lot. Thank you very much, Apex. Fem Lancer is indeed very cute. I don't know if that's enough to raise it up above a C, though. Puppeteer! 3-hit basics, I think. Like, just dapper as all hell. And the more astute of you might immediately realize something about this design. And I don't blame you, actually, if you don't. Give me a second. So... this is an old thumbnail I drew for Enter the Gungeon. But my avatar, me, was originally... like, I used the Puppeteer costume for my character. So... I've changed it since. This is an old drawing, but like the newer art, I've changed it around since. I don't have like the fluffy thing on the neck or the gem. But if you've seen me draw myself in a suit with a black suit with gray lines, it's because of this outfit right here. I'm not a puppeteer, I just use the costume. I would go with Iron Knight or King Arthur for me in-game. Anyway, moving along now. 3-hit basics, 3rd hit feints. Your basics do not pick up off feint status. So you do have like a little surprisingly quick dasher. So no running. You do have a super jump. You don't have a super jump? Whoa, that's news to me. You do have a launcher on your dasher, and I'm pretty sure you can pick up with your basic string. I'm a little faster here. Yep. Your basic jump attack only does a half feiner, and you have a hold D jump attack with like this nice dapper spin. I always thought that was cool. And it will hit grounded. Whoops. Said it will hit grounded. It won't do a whole lot off grounded though, just to get one extra hit in while they're grounded. Okay, so by the way, how dapper is a fucking cane for a weapon and a puppet control bar? When you hold D as this character, you summon a puppet. This thing can block shots for you, it can block hits for you. So if you've ever seen like a puppet character in a fighting game, that's clearly what they were going for. You go hold D and you dash, and if you do it right in front of somebody, well, they're in the middle of you and your puppet, meaning they're gonna have to have a 360-degree block or constantly be doing something like this. So pressure-wise, that's pretty gnarly. I'm curious, what actually happens if we land a dasher? He just helps with your dasher. That's cool. Oh, and when you're airborne, it's a knockdown. He rushes forward and knocks down. Pretty nice. And yes, if you've ever seen Alonso comment on YouTube, his avatar is the puppet. That right there. Let's see. Does he do anything different for your hold D dasher? It becomes a launcher. Wait. Oh my god, that's huge. Okay, you know how I said your air hold D doesn't do a lot? It's just an extra hit on the ground? If you have your puppet out, that's gonna launch off grounded. Oh my god, that's massive, dude. Okay, well, your puppet has to kind of like be in sync with you, huh? Okay, you'd have to really know your timing, but the fact that you can launch off of grounded is really nice. Okay. There's not a whole lot else, I think. He'll dash around with you, makes sense. But I'm pretty sure he'll eat a couple of shots, so if you're getting shot by somebody, I think that's actually like a viable option right there. Buy yourself some more time to block. Why does Femme Puppeteer ever so remind me of the girl on the cover for Millie's To Kill a Living Book album, as well as the cover for Spring Theocracy, which is also a song from To Kill a Living Book? I'm gonna look that up. Hang on. Or, actually, will that spoil anything? Never mind. If you have that cover art, please send it to me. If not, that's fine. I'll take your word for it. I could totally see it. In fact, let's go and take another look back here. Air hold D is a ground hit and puppet launches. That's insane, Alonso. That's actually so cool. I might know what you're talking about, actually, Yomu. Maybe I've seen that art when I looked up the full version. Either way. They gave this... Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I'm trying to already rank it when I haven't even shown off the skills yet. All right. Skills from left to right. Doll Stomp. I think you just send a big doll forward that does maybe not fall damage. Let's see. Probably guard breaks. Doesn't do fall damage. Just does a weird bit of knockback. Okay. Helmet skill does a doll combo that launches and knocks back. Pretty sure that guard breaks. Waltz is a grab skill, so this actually did not work more than half the time on the NA server. You grab somebody and you can keep them dancing for a while, and then you send them forward. Get out of here, Dev K. And you actually have another doll on this character with your weapon skill. You get a gun doll. Does it have any other properties? Oh, it'll shoot upwards for your dasher. That's so cool, dude. What about your hold D dasher? It'll also shoot up for your hold D dasher. That's so cool. Oh my god, dude. I missed out not playing Puppeteer. I was thinking about adding a tier where, like, I wish I played this character above S, and I think I am going to do that because I wish I played this character. They gave it an evolution. I think it just gives you a mini gun doll without having to use the weapon skill, but don't take my word for it because I actually don't remember. Sent? Okay. Hang on just a second. Alonso sent me the album art, Yomu. Oh my god, Yomu, you were right. It's the exact same pose minus the doll. I have a lot open right now, so my computer's being very slow. Give me just a moment. Do I just do a screen capture? Hang on. I'm right-click saving image, and it's not doing anything, so we're gonna do a scene capture. It's gonna be my TV. There. It's pretty much Femme Puppeteer, actually. Dun, 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 dun. Like, specifically the hair, the outfit is very different, but I think it's the hair and the fact that she's in a chair. Apparently she now has an official name, being Moyer? Moyer? From what I've heard. Cool. I'm gonna do it. Whoops. What did I just do? Oh, I see. I put the rankings wrong. There we go. I wanted to do this. Add a row above. We'll go S+. No, not S+. I wish I played. And I'm going to put Puppeteer on there. I don't think there was anyone else here that I truly regret not playing. Yet, anyway. Alright, he's in his own little tier right there. Is this Angkor Wat theme? Or is this the Ancient Ruins? I forget. Either way, that's Puppeteer. Very cool. Like the fact that the puppets perfectly follow up no matter what hit you're doing, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I couldn't tell you what the evolution does, so no comment on that. Moving along. This character, Matt might recognize if he's listening right now, although let me actually change the song. Sure, Skyscraper. Hawkeye. Here's male, here's female. One of the cooler normal characters. Also, goddamn, I don't remember any of that. Jesus. That's not what Femme Hawkeye armor looked like, right? Jesus. Either way, Hawkeye. Like, badass just right off the bat going by the portrait. Or rather, the render. Now, onto the character. I don't remember every specific about this character, but this might be the next I wish I played. Alright. I don't own this character, so... This is another training mode moment. Hawkeye. Melee character, you do have a run. Melee character, you do have a super jump, and there's a reason for that. More on that later. 4-hit basics, 4th hit should faint. Your basics do not pick up off faint status. I think your dash attack will, much like Fencer, will put you into your air, like a nice air status. And then your jump attacks are 2 projectiles that I think you could send over people. Yeah, look at that. So that's hitting him from, I guess, his front. I guess if I'd be fighting him normally, he'd be facing me, right? So then he'd have to be blocking behind him. And I think if you hit with both of these, I thought it would faint. It just knocks back. That's kind of disappointing. This was the free class I used. Yes. I have some gameplay of... This game was going to come back in 2021 or 2022. They had a 1-week beta test. I got Matt to join me there, and I have a bunch of recordings of that. It was so much fun. Unfortunately, they canceled it the day before the server was going to go live. They canceled it. And due to irreconcilable differences with the developers. The developers don't like us. For some reason, the South Korean developers hate us, and they only see us as wallets. So they didn't want it. They just wanted the game to come back in English for a brief period as a cash grab. Basically, Papaya plays words right there. Either way, so Matt's played this character. This is Hawkeye. Surprisingly not as agile feeling as I would think. You'd probably want some movement speed. Let's see. As you saw, your second dash attack will put you into the air, letting you get a couple of these. Maybe hit the target from behind. Be kind of tricky like that. You do have a whole D-dasher. That whole D-dasher might be from the evolution, though. Yeah, it looks like that might be from the evolution. Let's see. You have a super jump for one reason in particular. This character has an air dash, but it's not just an air dash, it's an attack. Now, admittedly, this was pretty annoying to deal with, because you would, like a lot of characters that have an annoying attack in the air, like Tau Warrior from last Thursday, there's not a whole lot stopping you from just spamming this back in the day. It is pretty slow, but you could be very annoying with that. Have you seen what the Karens have tried to do with Asian games? All the censorship and shit? I don't blame them for hating you guys. You fuck up a lot of shit. This predates some of that, though, I feel like. And honestly, Valifay just fucking sucks. Anyway. I think that's the only other unique property, so let's go on to the weapon skills. Trinket, I believe this animation you see right now, you can do a mini version of this with the evolution. Here's the Trinket, guard breaking. If you catch them just right, you can yeet them up and get a bunch of hits in. Not usable in the air, I don't think. No. Helmet skill is really cool. It's this scarf. You could recolor it with the epic version. Very nice. It's 3 little dashes that you may be able to cancel early. I'll see right now. You cannot cancel them early. But it's a ground recovery. So if someone would knock me onto the ground, I could immediately get out of that. Just completely get out of there. Back raid is a little awkward to aim because it's like Aladdin, or what was his name? Desert Blader armor skill. It hits... You go forward and then you hit behind. Guard breaking, and it feints, so... I mean, it's a pretty... 19-second cooldown. It's pretty... middle of the road, actually. I was going to say that was kind of quick, but no. Guard breaking feint. Not bad. I'm not sure what your go-to follow-up would be off of that. Oh, okay, so if you get a feint... You can dash attack and then get the... Maybe dash attack and then air dasher. Hang on, I want to try that. We'll do the 4 hits to get the feint. 2 hits of the dasher and then... 1, 2, 3, 4. Dasher. And then instead of going for the air D, I want to go into an air dasher. Yeah, that lets you... And then that bounces them back up. Huh. That's kind of sick, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's harder to hit Dev K from behind like that. It only works if you do it off of feint status. Either way, cool. I mean, weapon-wise, unique, badass looking. And finally, armor skill. I think it just fires out a bunch of guard breaking, feinting projectiles. Might be usable in the air. I'm pretty sure back raid is usable. No, but the helmet's usable in the air. You can't use flying glaives in the air, surprisingly. Huh. Either way, that's about it. You could be really annoying with this air D, or this air dasher. And I think the evolution just made it more annoying. It wasn't one of those evolutions where they added more to it in a fun way. I think they added more to it in a annoying way. All that being said, though, where do we rank Hawkeye? At least a B. I think I'd be convinced to put him in A. I don't remember everything about the evolution, so it could have made it super, super, super annoying in meta slave tier, but we'll go with an A. Just, like, that looked fun to play. I don't know, that looked fun to play to me. I got here late. What did I miss between Soul and Puppet? You missed. We'll go ahead and take a look. You missed special between Soul and Puppet. You missed Heavy Crasher, Special Forces. I pulled up a video briefly showcasing Special Forces. RB, Fencer. I went on for a prolonged period of time about Fencer because, you know, I love Fencer. I love Fencer so much. Jin, Necro, Exorcist, and Magic Lancer. Not a whole lot. Glad, the second character with infinite block, etc. Either way. On to the next character. After Hawkeye is Devil Ranger. This is another normal character, and it's a weird one. I don't know how to feel about it. I know how I feel about that, though. That's phenomenal. Okay. This is another ranged character with a unique-ish weapon compared to everybody else. Instead of just a bow, it's a crossbow. Devil Ranger. Here's what it looks like in-game. And again, you would normally customize the hairstyle and the face how you want, but it gives you a random one if you don't own the character. Or if you just get the character, it's going to be random too. Okay. 3-hit basics, I think. 3rd hit knocks back. Pretty far, actually. You have a dasher. I mean, he is a ranged character, right? You have a super jump, like most ranged characters. You're not much for comboing. So, holding down the D key will go into aim mode. I don't believe you have a blue aim. Yeah, you don't have a blue aim like a lot of the rangers so far. You can dash out of your aiming mode. This gives you a homing arrow, which if you just spam this shit is really like annoying. Like in the brief period, that 1 week period where we had the beta test a couple years back, I could not understand how to block this. This just seemed really rough without infinite block. So I don't know how to feel about this thing. Also, it has a dash attack. It is a grab, but it's one of the rare grabs that actually works, I think. And it counts as a guard breaker. And it seems to face them away from you. By the way, you can hit grounded, or at least like rising status. Let me try that one more time with the arrows or bolts, whatever. I think maybe if they were already marked beforehand. Okay, no, I could have sworn you could hit grounded. When they're standing back up, you can hit them. So if I wait for this, I was a bit slow there, but I showcased it earlier. Not a whole lot to it other than that, but design-wise, really cool. Like, I'd wear that. That's cool. Almost looks like the armor would be more for, like, a melee. Skills from left to right. Bone Spear is just a guard-breaking half-feinter. That half-feints, so if there's anything else in the game that half-feints, you could hit with one of those. In fact, does the bolt half-feint? The bolt half-feints, so then you hit him with your trinket, and it's a full feint. If you're close enough, can't double-shot feint. It looks like it hard knocks down. If you have another half-feint lined up, then for sure, though. Like I just showcased with that. I was kind of slow there, I guess. Daedric armor in Skyrim. I haven't played a whole lot of Skyrim, but I have seen the armor you're talking about. Oddly enough, in Gmod of all places, I'm pretty sure. Helm skill is interesting. You get a targeting reticule. You can put down 3 sigils. This can keep someone locked down for a while, as you can see here. And it kind of like perfectly, like it leaves them fainted. It sets them up quite nicely for it to be comboed with something else, right? You can also just spam it, but you're way better off extending the time on it, right? Like, you know, they're stuck in gay baby demon jail. You can even wait for them to fall back down if you're not worried about them having a ground recovery anyway. Okay. Armor skill is just... Oh, I thought it was like Necromancer armor skill again. But you know what? I don't know what this looks like because I've never seen it because it's a grab. Meaning this did not work. Like 1% of the grabs in the game would work. Looks like probably hits grounded if I'm worth my salt. Yep. And then lastly, you get a guard-breaking big homing fireball for the weapon skill. That puts in fire status. Wow. Okay, I was a little slow again, but I swear you can hit people as they're standing back up again. I don't think they gave this an evolution ever, but style-wise, I think that's at least a B. Honestly, a lot of the rangers and mages that are more simple, I feel like are going to end up here. Like our cowboys, our Robin Hoods, Devil Ranger. Maybe style alone brings it up to an A. I'm not sure. Like this alone kind of makes me want to put it in an A, but I'd say it's a nice solid B. Very, very, very annoying. I'm sure there's a timing to blocking the shots if they just spam, but I couldn't figure it out. I wouldn't say meta slave though, because meta slave is like everybody that had one of these would just spam with it. Okay. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Feel pretty confident in that. Another melee unicorn lancer. Here's Fem. They gave this an evolution, and it added a whole new mechanic where you could home in on targets in the air. Otherwise, this character is actually pretty simple. This is one I don't own on this server, but I did have one on the NA server, and I gear designed it to look like a druid. Because, of course, I did. Unicorn Lancer. Like, just already, despite being a normal hero, looks really cool. Now, despite having a shield, I don't think you have infinite guard. You do not have infinite block. The evolution might have infinite block, but it's been so long I couldn't tell you. Weapon-wise, it's very unique. I mean, it's a giant lance. That's cool. Feels a bit slow, but I mean, makes sense when looking at the character. From what I remember, an interesting dash attack that if you hit an airborne target will have a unique property. Now, if there's a way to do airborne or to knock him airborne, we'll get to there when I get to the skills. Let's see. 3-hit basic. I think 3rd hit hits twice and knocks back. Yeah. Jump attack is a half fainter that actually sends you quite far. Now, the end lag on it seems to be too much to get a feint. Never mind. If you time that perfectly, you can get a full feint off of that. Ah, that's what it was. Yeah, the dasher on feint and I think midair status will do a nice bounce down. That just feels good right there. That looks cool and that feels good. Okay, that's already very solid. Alright, understandable, Alonso. I'll have to pull up a video for the next one. And Alonso's probably going to have a lot to say about that character. You have a hold D that charges up very quickly. You go from 0 to 100 very fast. You can walk around while charging. You can jump out of it. You can run out of it as well. This is a multi-hitting string that will knock them back and put them in half feint. At least that looked like half feint. If it is a half feint, I should be able to do a jump attack for a full feint. Wow, into one of these? Into one of those? Okay. Dude, this might be the next... I wish I played this character. I had her, but I had a bunch of characters that I didn't play. I had them for the design. To have fun making characters. Does landing this twice in a row do anything? No, it doesn't last long enough. Looks like if you let the charge go early, you miss out on some of the hits and it immediately goes into the half feint. By the way, I want to say this might... You know how you have your shield out? That might also count as a block. I'm not sure. Can't test that without the robot buddies, unfortunately. No jump cancelable hits. The evolution probably gives you a bunch of jump cancels. And you do actually have an air dasher, but it's a really stubby air dasher. That does not go anywhere, dude. But you can hit out of it, at least. What happens if I actually hit DevK with that? It hits twice and knocks down. That's not very good. Okay, I gotta air dash real low to the ground, man. Damn. You can also follow it up with an air attack, but that's not very good. No hold D in the air, and... Oh, this is what it was. Okay, this is what I was thinking about. So, if you do the hold D dasher, you go into a blocking stance. That is that attack from earlier, but it goes much further. Because it also yeets you forward a little bit. I remember now. That's why I thought it had a guard frame on it. Very cool. Skills from left to right. Glory. This is one of the few blocks in the game that is almost like true armor. That's a weird way of wording it. There's a lot of super armor in the game. There's a lot of shields in the game. But there are some skills with a property that will cut through shields. So even though there's a lot of armor skills in the game, blocking skills in the game, they can get pierced by things with that property, right? I'm pretty sure this is one of the few things you actually cannot break with, like, Elio Roseblade, Howling Blade Evo. So that, and this will give it to nearby allies as well if you use this around them, so that's definitely a plus. Your helmet skill is a 3-hitter. It bounces. Very nicely bounces, actually. You probably want to go into like your air dasher into an air hold D. Or not an air hold D, but whoops, into an air attack, air D. Yeah, but that doesn't look like a whole lot. Okay, Edgard breaks, so that's always a positive. And Mustang is like Paladin armor skill, but it does it 3 times and you don't go very far with it. Never mind, it does it 4 times, but even still, it's what it is. And then your weapon skill, which you can use in the air, is a guard-breaking moving stab that hits multiple times. Maybe you could go like Dark Horse into Air Dasher. Okay, no, I was gonna say maybe then follow that up with the weapon skill, but it has a startup to it. The evolution adds in this kind of attack in the air, and it homes in as if you're a ranged hero. Kinda gnarly, but not a lot of people used it, myself included. I think this is gonna be... The only thing this guy is missing is jump cancels on the basic string. That's the only thing I think he's missing. Let's go ahead. Block that. Alright. Unicorn Lancer, I think that's the next I wish I played. That's at least an A, maybe an S. But that's like a special place for me. That's a character I wish I played more. I gear designed the lance to make it look like it was made out of wooden leaves. I do have my gear design folder over here. Maybe I can find the lance? No. Wait. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay. So here's the texture for the weapon. Here's Epic Unicorn Lance. The epic version of his armor and weapon is all golden. Like that. And then I drew over it to make it more like make it like it was made out of wood. Also, you could probably immediately see in the top right there, or top right. If there's a shield texture in the game, it mirrors the shield, so you could have fun drawing a face on it like I usually would. So, whenever I played this character, that's what she would look like. Like the armor was also made out of wood. I don't know. I had fun. I was once told I had a tree fetish, and I did not know how to respond. Alright, for the next character, I need to look up a video. So we're going to see Taki Yasugi talk about the reform for this character. Here is Priest. This is one of Alonso's mains right here, and one of the coolest characters in the entire game. I was so excited for this hero to return, I made a GIF shared on Discord. Okay. Hang on. Oh, you know when I was trying to save that image from earlier? It barely popped up now. Yikes. Okay. Shared on the Discord. Let me go over here. I think I've seen this before. Yeah, so Alonso was so looking forward to the ZA version of the game getting this that he made a GIF for it. Hang on. Alonso loves this character, and honest to God, I love this character as well. I'm going to try my best to describe how Priest plays. It's another premium, as you can see by the icon there. Dude, I remember this GIF, man. Okay, we're going to go back to Lost Saga tier list. Okay, here's male Priest. Here's femme Priest. Technically counts as a range, apparently. I don't trust that, because it's a hybrid. It's a melee range hybrid. Right off the bat, what a weapon. Giant knife with shotgun. What a combination. You don't see the knife on Femme, but you do see the knife here. Okay, we'll pull up some gameplay, but I'll try to remember... How do I even describe this? Okay. Let's look at Taki Yasugi's video. Hang on. That'll probably help. Sawed-off shotgun. Yes, thank you. Okay, we're going to see a little bit of Taki Yasugi's video here. Phenomenal art, by the way. It's from some manhwa by the same name, I believe. Priest. Korean comic. I think I tried reading it at one
Guys
point.
here with Priest Reform on Korean Lost Saga, so let's check it out here. Your basics moving forward a little bit more.
So you have a 4-hit basic with the knife that does send you forward a lot.
Your basics also do a little bit more damage and have
4th hit feints, as you saw there.
them as well. Improved hitbox functionality, pretty good. Your whole D shuffling is
So you don't have regular aiming with Priest. You go into like this little dash kind of stance where you can dash a couple of times before firing your shotgun.
faster, so you'll move around a little bit better while aiming these
Like that.
shots here.
Omnidirectional.
Too bad. The shots themselves have a little bit better hitbox to them, a little bit more range it seems as well. Hard to tell that though. I don't believe that's in the notes specifically, but it looks like it's a little bit more. Also, you have better jump canceling.
So that right there is already the bread and butter of the character. You have an air dasher that bounces in like... This is a premium character, right? So they lost the rights and they couldn't sell this gear or character anymore after a while. That air dash alone was so strong and so sought after. There's another gear in the game that has that exact same, or at least a very similar air dasher. I will show that off briefly in a little bit.
So you have better jump cancel.
You can jump cancel, so you can go into that air dasher.
Shots as well,
That air
so
dasher feels really good, by the way.
you'll be able to get
That feels really good.
land a shot, especially with improved cancel timing. Your dash attack's a little bit more range, better hitbox improvements with them as
So the dasher, it's one of the weird ones where you're only pressing one button there, but it's attacking like 5 times. It will lift off feint, I believe.
Now launches a little bit better,
And you can attack out of it to get even a higher launcher, I think.
pretty good. Your jump attack, your light
You have
jump
two
attacks now activate
jump
a little
attacks.
faster, so not too shabby there.
It might feint.
Comes out a little faster, so you
No,
can
it
get
just
a
knocks down.
two-hitter sometimes. Your air dash jumper now knocks back a little bit farther. I'm not sure if it hits on grounding knockback further, but on airborne, let's try and get this again.
It does such a satisfying bounce. Look at that. It only bounces the one time, but still, that's all you really need to get another combo in.
Your weapon skill moves you forward a little bit more now, and has better hitbox to it, and has more
Guard
knockback
breaking, by the way.
as well.
Pretty sure guard
Good
breaking,
changes
at least.
with, weapon skill there. Let's try it again here. So
Very
good
nice.
stuff overall with the weapon skill. Your armor skill, the dynamite no longer hits you or your teammates, so you don't have to
I don't remember the dynamite hitting teammates. Yikes.
your helmet skill, you can now aim the direction in the air.
It's a mobility skill.
You can potentially
I think it's also a ground recover.
situation a lot easier with
And
it.
it's very fast charging.
Nice change. So overall, guys, good changes. With
He
the
doesn't
team.
show off the trinket, but you take out your book. The longer you wait before pressing attack, the more crosses you'll fire out. I think if you wait as the longest as you can, it fires out crosses all around you that will lift up the targets and kind of like briefly crucify them in the air for a little bit. Basically just sets them up to be comboed very nicely. But again, that air dasher, that shit feels so good. That right there, amazing character to play. You know how I said it's impressive in this? Like, it's hard to level up in this game. So if you had any characters that were over level 30, 40, that was impressive. My priest was somewhere in the 40 to 50 range. I played her a lot. Now, I do have something to admit. Oh, the 4 are automatic and the 5th is timed. Thank you. I didn't actually remember that. So, I used this character as my Tiger Tail recovery character. And let's go ahead and hide this for now. What I mean by that is, if you remember when we talked about the Wild Tiger hero, which I think I actually do own. Yeah, I have Wild Tiger here. So when I get knocked down, sorry, I'm going to summon my robot buddies over here. Tiger Tail will let you jump off the ground. And this used to be... Passives didn't used to need to charge up before you can use them, but now you need to wait for these to charge up. Huge nerf, by the way. Probably for the best, but still very rough. Dude, can you just knock me down, bro? He's trolling me. Okay, get the fuck out of here. I'll go talk to one of your other buddies. Okay, so Tiger Tail would let you restand, and then you'd immediately go into like some kind of jump attack, maybe dash out of there, right? Okay, get away from me. So, I had Tiger Tail on Priest whenever I would get knocked down onto the ground and I was able to swap characters. So you know how you can swap characters on the fly? You cannot swap characters when you're hit, when you're on the ground, when you're in the air. Normally, it lets me do it because I'm lagging. that's just how that is. Unfortunately, it's reading the input like too late or something. Anyway, I don't think I would actually be able to abuse that in a fight. By the way, I think that's just a visual thing. Anyway. I think I had Tiger on this button. Yes. I lost my train of thought there. So whenever I would get knocked down on the ground and I was wearing an Arcanist robe lets you swap if you're on the ground, if you're airborne, as long as you're not on fire or some other kind of debuff. Arc robe, which is what we shortened it to, will let you swap characters. So if you're getting your ass whooped in the middle of a combo and you don't have a recovery, if you had an arc robe on during the combo, you could swap to someone else. Like you could swap to someone that you have a bunch of defense on, or in my case, like I'm talking about right now, I could have swapped to my priest, and this is the helmet I was talking about, where we don't have priest anymore, but that air dasher is just so amazing that they made another character with that same air dasher, and I have that character's helmet here. It's not the exact same. This one feels way floatier and not as good as priest's air dasher, but for all intents and purposes, this is the priest air dasher. Oh, weird tech. If you held the attack to take out the shotgun, but then had, I think it was guard, it would just keep holding the shotgun out until you get let go. I remember that tech now too. Yeah. So you could kind of like try to bait out somebody to stop blocking or something. And the hat was ground usable to dash up into the air. Yes. So let me give you a brief little example of what it would look like when I played priest. So let's say I had an arc robe on and I was another character, and I just got knocked down by this guy. I would then swap to my Tiger Tail Priest. There we go. Jump and then Air Dasher. Although they're bots, so they have me beat on timing. And they're kind of just... Hang on. It would immediately go into this. So you'd think, oh, I have him ground status now. I can swap to someone else to go into a combo, hit him on the ground, that kind of thing. No, I'd immediately jump off the ground and have an Air Dasher like that. Like this. Well, actually, I double jumped out of that. That was my mistake. Why is that so weird? That should be working. Homeboy, I'm begging you. Thank you. Does it not work out of Tiger Tail anymore? Hang on. Or is this because Tiger has too short of a hop? Yeah, I think it's because Tiger has a unique... Either they nerfed Tiger Tail even further, or it's because Tiger has like a weird jump. And this actually wouldn't work on a Tiger, but it would work on a Priest. So you might think that because that's how I mainly used my Priest, that I wouldn't maybe rate her as highly. But honest to... Like, Priest is so fun to play. Like this is the easiest S I've ever given. The armor skill, guard breaks. You like fire a machine gun and then you throw out the TNT. We saw that in the Taku Yasugi video. Not a whole lot to write home about that. Hat, very cool. Weapon skill, pretty nice. It hits a bunch of times. Pretty sure the shots guard break, that kind of thing. But the character itself was so fun to play. Like mine was, the number immediately coming back to me is 47. Somewhere between the 40 and 50 range, which is impressive to have a character that high up. If I was doing the tier list, it would be going to the top of S. You know what? I don't think I can put it above Medi, but I think I'm right there with you. And I might bump Wild Tiger up to Wish I Played. I almost want to say I Wish I Played isn't higher than S. It's just a different level of... It's a good character. I wish I played it more. But we'll leave Tiger on here. Anyway, that's so easy. I'm sorry, but I loved Priest. Yours was level 100. I never got a character to level 100. I really wanted to get my Destroyer, more on her later. My favorite character in the entire game, by the way. And my character Sheila, if you've ever seen me draw art of her. Anyway, Fencer is so fun. It doesn't look as fun or fluid in this preview that I've given you because I don't have 70 movement speed. You need to put at least 70 move speed on Fencer, and then you're just gliding through the air. You are a menace, and you can feint people from almost any direction. It feels so good, and you can punish people. They might think they're safe jumping 2 blocks away. Not on my watch. I'm fast. My jump takes me pretty far, and if I hit you with my air attack, you're now eating my combo. So good. Priest is, like, high up there. My Priest, I miss her so much. I gotta draw her more because she's another character of mine. An amazing character. And, again, a character with such an integral piece of kit that they remade the skill on a different slot, right? This didn't work out because I guess Tiger has a weird dash, like has a weird like mini jump compared to other characters, but you would be able to Tiger Tail up after being grounded and then immediately counterattack them with an air dasher. So if you were ever fighting a Priest with a Tiger Tail, you'd have to be ready. You'd have to respect that. Even though they're on the ground, they're not going to be on the ground for long. And again, this one sends you further and is more floaty, and I actually don't really like that. I think Priest air dasher is way better. Did you want to share a picture of your Priest, by the way? Oh, I also got pics of my Priest. Can you show them? Yes, absolutely. I was just about to ask you that. Okay. Go for it, bro. All right, you can either DM it to me or put it in the Discord. Yep. I've drawn this character a couple of times, a fair share of times. I'm just going to do scene capture again, so nobody say swears. Okay. Nobody docks me on Discord. There we go. Here's his Priest. This is Epic Mafia gear, armor, and Epic Mafia trinket, I'm pretty sure. Unless that's just a costume. And also a phenomenal hairstyle. I had gear designed... Dude, I gotta find screenshots of her. In fact, I'll put on some music and I'll see if I can find screenshots because I want to show you what my Priest looked like. Since I can't show her off here on the Indonesian server since they've long lost their licenses. Here's Alonso's Priest, another look. This is Epic Reaper armor, and this is Dragon Rider helmet, I'm pretty sure. And Kyo helmet, which was just the cross necklace. Yeah, I forgot about that. That counts as a helmet, by the way. Ah, dude. Takes me back. I love that character. But I don't love it as much as I love Priest. Or as Fencer, I'm sorry to say. Okay. Again, easy S right there. Let me go ahead and get my OBS back up. Sorry. Give me just a moment. We'll hear a little bit of Jin's theme again, I guess. I'm going to find my screenshot folder. Because I want you to see my Priest as well. Because I have art of her, but it would be in sketchbooks from 10 years ago, dog. It would be a long time ago. Okay. I know it's on over here. Lost Saga screenshot. By the way, I have like a million screenshots. Do you want to see one of the first things I ever gear designed? This is actually a really poor showing of me, but this is one of my first screenshots. So this is Medi before I did the full Druid aesthetic. That's Epic's Space Trooper armor. I just saw this right here. It's one of the first screenshots I ever took. I made it what you see here. Look, don't at me, all right? I was incredibly based back then, and I still am. And red-blooded. Okay. So my last couple of screenshots of the game are going to be when the game was closing down. So let me see if I can find this here. Oh! I think these are screenshots from the Papaya Play beta test. So this is my Priest, but as Cowboy, since we didn't have access to Priest in the beta, right? So I gear designed Epic Cowboy armor and the weapon to have like this starry aesthetic. Hang on. I also made the shorts much shorter, but that's neither here nor there. That's that, and this is this. Hang on, I'm looking for my Priest. I took screenshots of everybody when the game closed down, so I should find her eventually. Yep, here she is. Honestly, okay, look, I'll fess up. A lot of the times I would... Right, she had fox ears. She had Gumiho ears. Incredibly based. A lot of times I would put a lot of detail into making something skimpy. Like, I actually removed the top under the jacket and replaced it with some stars so I wouldn't get banned. You know, I replaced you-know-what with stars. Anyway, that's besides the point. Okay, that is that. This is this. I would put a lot of detail into one part of it, and then I would just recolor the rest. Like, those boots are recolored. For some reason, the PS1 startup logo is on her shoulders. I don't know. I just went with it, and I actually really like it. Let me find some other screenshots here. Here's my priest. Oh, and I made her. I made the Gumiho ears, which are normally bright white and plastic looking. I made them match her hair color, and same with the tail. And these are some of the last screenshots of her. Everyone did. Everyone did Space Trooper bikinis. Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you. You're right. I forgot. I wasn't the only one doing that shit. So as you saw just now, that one of those last screenshots there, in the Papaya Play beta, I made my cowboy, or rather cowgirl. I tried my best to turn her into my priest. It wouldn't be the same, right? It would not be the same. The character plays nothing like priest, but it was still the best I could do, right? LMAO based. Thank you. Medi before Medi, yes. She didn't even have like a set-in-stone hair color yet then, actually. Okay, I'll pull up screenshots of my other characters and we'll get to more of mine later. I have so many screenshots of my priest. Hang on. That's actually kind of badass looking. Also, I won't lie, I made those shorts really skimpy, and I would do that at every chance I could just to draw some ass crack. Look, incredibly based. Or incredibly cringe, depending on your thought process. For me, that's incredibly based. Yeah, okay, it makes sense that I have this many screenshots just because... What a character, bro. What a character. Alright, that's enough priest. I gotta draw more of her. Like, I really gotta draw more of her. Okay. Moving along. Sorry, that was quite the distraction. But that's a character that me and Alonso feel very, very strongly over. And with good reason. Yeah, we'll keep hearing Blaze Blue, I guess. Up next is Capoeira, another normal character. And you know what? I would do it again. This... Let's just say I edited the texture of that on the last couple nights that the game was live. Because it wouldn't matter if I get banned if the game's closing down the day after, right? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Here's Capoeira, another melee character. One of the unique melee characters, I want to say. I had a Capoeira. I got mine from a regular hero scroll. So I'm going to show you something, actually. Let me crack open the shop here. So, we have hero scrolls. Let me see, where would those be under? Packet? Yeah. So, 3,000 pesos. That's what the currency's called in this, don't ask me. It's what it is, alright? That is that, and this is this. This would give you a random character, up to a certain point, timed. You'd get 2 hours, or 10 hours, or if you were really lucky, 30 hours. Or if the stars aligned, if Mercury was in retrograde, if there was a full harvest red blood moon in the night sky, and the moon was the bluest it has ever been, actually, it wasn't blood red, it was once in a blue moon, you got a permanent hero. In my thousands of hours I played this game, this happened to me 3 times. And I think I'm really lucky for that. And technically 2 of those times was with a slightly better chance hero scroll, a lucky hero scroll. That's how I got Space Trooper Rockstar, and this regular hero scroll got me my character Lime, which I do have a drawing of her if you will give me a moment. It's not just a drawing of her, actually, it's a drawing of me as well. I don't see my mouse cursor. What is happening here? My mouse cursor is invisible. Help me. Help me, help me. I'm in tremendous pain. Okay. So I liked the idea of my Capoeira being... what's the word when you fall asleep all the time? I forget the word for it, but there's my Capoeira. And look, she did the hair for me, okay. Either way, there's my capoeira. Her name's Lime. And I got her from that hero scroll, which is just like actually astronomically lucky. Like, Alonso, did you ever get a permanent hero from a regular scroll? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to capoeira. I'm gonna have to change the music because I'm getting mind flooded. Wait. I think the numbers are off. Because it says capoeira is after priest. Huh? Oh, wait, maybe it's because I have a capoeira already. I have a capoeira already, that's why. Okay, perfect. Well, then we can get our robot buddies, and I can maybe show off the counterattack, which I haven't been able to this whole time. Very nice. All right, let's go back to the Lost Saga soundtrack. Give me Anchor Watcher. Melee character 5-hit basics, I think? Or like mini hit basics, as you can see there. And if you already know capoeira, it's like a type of fighting style where it looks more dance-like. If you know, Matt, what is it from Tekken? Eddie? Eddie, something like that? Here's capoeira. So you have like a 7 or 8 hit basic string, actually. 6. Okay, 6. You have a half D, which actually does change the way your string works if you just do a constant string of half Ds, which is really cool, actually, and it half feints them and like ground slams them. That looks awesome. I think the air decay will eventually have them hit the ground, but there's that. And you also have a guard breaking hold D. I remember it having a counterattack, but I could be wrong. I guess I'm wrong. Oh, you know what it is? It's not a guard break, it bounces. Or maybe it is a guard break, but it ground hits and launches, which is pretty nice. So, what else is there to say about the character? Not a whole lot going on in the air other than a half feint. And I want to say that's it. Oh, wait, you have a really cool low profiling dash attack, I think. Like a hold D dasher or something? Oh, no. It's the helmet skill, I think. No. Okay, yeah. Hold D dasher makes you go like kind of low profile. I swear this will actually dodge attacks, and you can go into a launcher out of it. This is another character I wish I played more, but it's one that it's much more basic compared to the rest of the roster, right? You can weave that half D version of your combo into the basic string. But other than that, let's move on to the skills here. Trinket skill, you fire out a bunch of music notes. If they hit somebody, they'll get CC'd and dance into you. I think if they're close enough, it'll hit multiple times. Multiple times. Yeah. I don't think it hits grounded or anything, but I can try it real quick. It does hit grounded! Damn! But once they get hit once, they snap out of it, right? So that doesn't guarantee you a combo. Did I see Zhao Yun when you were trying to look through the character list? Well, why don't you hold your horses there, young? We'll get there. We'll get there. So, the helmet skill is unique in that you can only use it when you're grounded. Your hold D dasher counts as if you're on the ground. So it lets you do a guard breaking spin, which is your dasher. Or not your dash, which is your helm skill. And if I'm lucky enough for these assholes to actually hit me... There we go. It's a ground recovery that knocks enemies up so you can combo them with good timing. And it guard breaks. And it's a ground recovery. What's not to love? And the fact that you can do it out of your hold D dasher is really cool. Just die already, DevK. Thank you. Armor skill, I think you just kind of spin around. No, I'm thinking of something else. This is one of the few grabs in the game that did work. You grab them, you spin them, and then you throw them. I think this was used in a glitchy insta-kill. Like, you would set up by doing some other skill, go into this, and then it would burn their entire HP bar for some reason. That should have been bannable, but Z8 by that point in the game's service was... They were done with us, so they just wanted to close the game down as soon as they could. And weapon skill is a badass spin that will hit grounded. Let's see if I can show that off real quick. Yep. 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 And you can probably, like, combo off of that, too. My horses have been held. I fucking love Dynasty Warriors. How could I forget? You actually have an air grab on this character. And I think this actually did work on NA as well, surprisingly. But much like the super jump slam on Pro Wrestler, if you don't hit somebody with this, you kind of eat crow for a little while. You break your knee on the ground and you cry. Really cool character. I feel like I said that like about a lot of the roster, but this is another one of those. I think this is another one of those. I wish I played more. I played it briefly. I designed the character. I mean, you saw the art of her already. I think I already closed it. I already closed it. I might have another Lime. Hang on. Let me just search Lime in my old art folder. By the way, my art folder was just the same folder where all my textures were. It's kind of lazy about me. It was kind of a lazy thing there. Lime. Yes, there is one other drawing. It's actually the same drawing, but instead of holding on to my character, she's holding a Dakimakura. Adorable as hell. Okay, that's enough of that. I kind of miss my old art, man. I gotta draw more. Alright, moving along. We have Ragna the Blood Edge. I'll pull up a Taku Yasugi video. We owe that at least to the Blood Edge. We'll go with Ragna Reform. This will just briefly show off some of his basics. This is the main character of the Blaze Blue series, by the way, Ragna the Blood Edge. And this is just so cool to me. We get to see their interpretation of what's the rule when you reverse the gender? Is that Rule 63? We get to see, like, Rule 63 Ragna, which is pretty badass. Rule 63, thank you.
Hey guys, here with Ragna's Reform on Korean Lost Saga, so let's check it out.
Thank you, Takuya.
Your basic attacks move you forward a little bit more than they used to. Nice change there.
Mm-hmm. You can jump cancel the launcher, I think.
To them and more range to them as well. Also, the last hits will launch a little bit higher than before. So you can
Wow, you could combo that twice in a row, huh?
I would usually get. And the last part will launch a little bit higher.
Yeah, and then you go into your dasher, into your Belial Edge.
With the basic attacks. Your hold D now comes out faster. And has a little bit
Guard breaker, I'm pretty sure.
And it has better hitbox to it as well. So.
What is that? That's not Infernal Divider. That's no, not Carnage Scissors. I think Carnage Scissors is the dash attack.
Nice changes with the hold D. Your dash attacks now have more range to them as well.
No, it's just a launcher.
Activates a little quicker.
Is that Infernal Divider?
So, better hitbox to them as well. So just because this thing activates a little faster means you're going to be able to potentially follow it up a little bit easier.
Ooh, Ragna always looked fun to play. I had him on the original OGP server. I didn't have him on Z8.
Now have better hitbox and more range to them. You can now aim
your double jump is Belial Edge. It's a multi-hit downward stab.
Behind the landing portion. So you
oh, will this Ragna become? Excuse me.
before, so good change there. I'd say
Belial Edge.
Pretty scary with Ragna after this. Down to the defensive capabilities down here. Let's go visit our robot friends here.
I think
I'd rather fight a human.
he just has a deflect.
So Ragna, oh man, come on Ragna.
See, even he's fucking up his block timing. Okay.
It's not Ragna's fault. So Ragna now has a deflect. So nice change with adding a deflect.
So if you time your block as soon as they hit you, it's a parry basically.
So really nice. Let's get out. Let's get out of here. He's driving me crazy. Robot's beating on me. So one more change, and your weapon skill will now hit grounded on the first hit. So. Nice.
That's what it is. I think the normal weapon skill is Infernal Divider.
Great changes here with Ragna here, guys.
Booby lady, yes, thank you. That's what Taukaka. That's what she calls Lychee in Blaze Blue.
Behind the basic attack here, launching a little bit better. It's gonna
damn, that looks stylish.
Behind that, the whole D being faster is a very significant thing, especially the dash attack.
Is he gonna show off the low HP weapon skill?
That's a pretty
no.
Deal.
So instead of, I'm gonna look up what it would look like in Blaze Blue. Ragna Astral Finish. When your character gets to low HP, this is what your weapon skill becomes, but obviously in Lost Saga. Is that not the exact combo? The launcher into Belial Edge? Yeah. Wow. Okay, you can stop showing off, bro. Give me the... There we go. Your sword becomes a scythe, and you slash all around you. It's really good in team battles. And you only have access to that when your character's low HP. Very cool. I mean, again, I can't show off much more than that. From what I remember, the helmet skill is like a nice dash attack that then eventually launches guard breaks, I believe. The trinket didn't work in NA because it's a grab. You'll grab people off the ground and restand them. Really good for combos. You can only see those in the Korean server. And that's about it. Hello. Yes, Ragnar the Blood Edge was in the game Lost Saga, which I'm currently rating all the characters in. We also had Soul Bad Guy, technically Soul Bad Girl, I guess, if you're... The characters have the default look, right? But then you can decorate them however you want, and you can also go from, like, male to female. Let's see. Soul Bad Guy, Soul Bad Girl. Very interesting take on what they would assume the characters would look like. Honest to God, I forgot the low HP weapon skill. So annoying because I think you had invincibility through the whole thing. Yes! So you'd be doing Ragna's Astral Finish in the middle of a crowd during death time, and it was actually, like, really viable. Alonso, I had Gumiho Armor on my Ragna back in OGP. Gumiho Armor skill, normally you dash around and hit people 4 times around you. When you're low HP, it becomes like 10 times. So, Gumiho Armor skill, Ragna the Blood Edge, low HP weapon skill, bam. Either way. So there's also Ragnet, yes. And it's incredibly based. Unfortunately, this game lost those licenses to these licensed characters a long time ago. So I can't actually show them off in-game. That's why we were looking at a video of... whoops, I got off of Takayasugi's channel. We were looking at Takayasugi's video talking about it 12 years ago. Either way, that was Ragna the Blood Edge. I think, again, just on style alone, man. I think that's an S. And I wish I played Ragna. I wish I played Ragna more. And you know what? Where's Jin? Where's Jin Kisaragi? I think Jin Kisaragi goes up there, too. I wish I played these more. I never got into Blaze Blue or Guilty Gear. I appreciate you at least knowing the character, honestly. I feel like some people would not recognize Blaze Blue. Like, Guilty Gear, I feel, is more well-known, and then Blaze Blue, I feel, was a little more niche than it, so mad respect for that. Okay, let's move on to the next character. Monkey King, or Monkey Queen? Monkey King? This is another melee character. Also, let's get some music. And more importantly... we gotta go to training mode since I don't own this character. Oh, wait, no, I do, actually. Huh. Why do I have a Monkey King? This is the Indonesian server. The NA server closed down a long time ago, so I lost my account that had almost everything in the game in it. Here's Monkey King. Let's go ahead and go with Dev K. From what I remember, a kind of agile character, 4-hit basics, 4-hit feints. No, it hard stuns. Dash attack will lift off of that. Your jump attack knocks back. Surprisingly, kind of like an okay distance. Persona 4 Arena Girl, well, also based. I'm a Blaze Blue cross tag boy, let's say. P4A mentioned, yes. I think you have a hold D dasher, which is it might guard break, it might not guard break. It has such a long wind up that I think this does guard break. So I think, like, let's say I'm here, I can go into that and then kick him off the edge. If my timing was a little better, whoops. Hang on, where's my Monkey King? There we go. I could have probably edged there. Yes, that's what we called it in Lost Saga, by the way. No, I'm not trying to be weird, that's what we called it. Yeah, there we go. So the main gimmick with this character is you can walk around while charging your staff. Once it's charged all the way, this for sure guard breaks. Makes the range much, much bigger. I want to say your basic string will lift off the launch. No, it won't, actually. But you want to know why? Because there's actually a half D. So the D is the attack key. Holding it all the way will start charging. On a full charge, you'll do that big ground slam. If you do a half charge, you go into that. You go into that attack, which is really good after the launcher. Pretty cool, honestly. And this character got an evolution that wasn't an annoying evolution. It added more onto it. It wasn't just like a one-trick, like meta slave, boring character. I'm pretty sure the evolution made it better. But we're not talking about the Evo because I don't have access to the Evo on this account. So, not a whole lot else to say, I think. The dash attack. Hang on, does that put you into jump status? Yes, if you hit with the second hit of the dasher, it jumps you up. Oh, you know what it is? With the evolution, you have a mid-air version of the slam. So you would get put into the air like that, and then it's a slow animation where your character spins in the air on the way down, but then it does a big slam like this that guard breaks, which is really nice. Because I'm pretty sure that'll even pick you... Hitting the dash attack will launch you up into the air, even if they block it. So that's pretty nice right there. Simpler times, man. Yeah, simpler times, bro. If you also didn't edge yourself trying to edge the training div K, yes. Okay, look. No bully. Alright. The taunt is especially annoying for that reason there, by the way. Okay. You'd hate to get thrown off the map by somebody and then they hit you with one of these. For sure. Okay, so that... I want to say you can pick up off the hard stun of your fourth basic with the half D. Kinda. I think it's because Dev K is a shorter hitbox that it doesn't quite work the way it should. By the way, you can aim that once in the air. Nice. For pretty good pressure. I don't think it'll actually... I don't know if it'll cross up or not. It looks like it might. Yeah, that could actually cross up. Cool. I think that's it just for the base Monkey King. Oh, it is a more agile melee, so you do have a double jump. Nothing else? No air dasher? No air dasher? Yeah, that's it for just regular Monkey King. Is the music kind of loud, by the way? It's kind of loud for me. Lower it on stream a little bit. Hello! Hey, Box. Did you change your name? Were you previously Box of, like... this is not an offense. I'm pretty sure the username was Box of Stupid. You could also just be another person that's another box of something. In this case, an octopus. Hello. Alright, going on to skills from left to right. Your trinket skill just does annoying knockback. You have a lot of these projectiles you throw out, and they will guard break and knock back. It also makes you floaty, so it's easier to get thrown off the map. With that... Ah! Helmet skill. You go into this stance, and then you can press jump, block, or attack. If you press attack, it does a monkey that... Or, well, a summon that does a combo for you. If you press block, it does your spinny half D charge attack. And if you press jump, it's a big monkey that ground slams and knocks up. I'm a new viewer. Oh, you're a new viewer. Okay. Hello. Yes, the NA server, but the NA server died like 6 years ago, so I'm actually on the Indonesian server. That's why I'm 1 bar. Unfortunately. I wish it hadn't, because I had an account with like 93 permanent heroes. I had, at the time, more than half the roster. I had so much gear that I ran out of equipment slots. I lost a lot of stuff, but, you know, it's been 6 years. So for the most part, made peace with it. Anyway, moving along. Armor skill, I think, is a grab. Yeah, armor skill is a grab. I'll show that off, but we need Dev K to come back here. So let me show off the weapon skill. You go on a cloud, and you go around for a while swinging with guard-breaking attacks. Here's the thing. If you tap jump while you're in this stance, you'll actually be flying. And you can pick someone up and keep hitting them, as you saw there. But we'll show up the armor skill now. You grab somebody, and then I think depending on what you press, it might change. Or it's just waiting for you to tap. Okay, yeah, I pressed guard, and it knocked him back with hard stun status. If I press jump, it knocks it knocks him back in a weird ground slam kind of way. And if I press attack, it knocks him in the other direction. Okay. This is a grab skill, so it didn't work on the NA server anyway, so it's not like it matters. Alright, here's the weapon skill. The floor is lava, Def K. I'm helping you. Damn, he's dead. You reset the Def K with the delete key, really? Oh! Thank you. I didn't know about that. Is it even playable on one bar? No, I just have an account to gear design. And reminisce, like we are much doing right now. Okay. That's it for Monkey King. There is an evolution. I can't show off the evolution. I believe it gives you a charge like this in the air, like I talked about earlier. By the way, the range on that is really nice. Pretty annoying on a team fight as well. And I think, oh, you can use the armor, the weapon skill in the air as well. If you fly too high, it starts going down much faster, like a lot of things with flight. Makes sense. And I don't remember what else. It might give you a mini version of your web skill without needing to burn the web skill. But I haven't seen Monkey King Evo in like 6-7 years. He said the thing. I didn't mean to say the thing. I'm sorry. This is that. That is this. Oh my god, he said the thing. Anyway, moving on. Let's go ahead and rank Monkey King. I'm going to put Monkey King in a solid A. I don't think he's S tier territory. Maybe with the Evo, he's S territory. And if I'm being honest, I kind of wish I played him. But we'll put him in A. Oh, I'm hoping for the day that there's an official NA release. Alright, I'm just a spy. I'm an Indonesian player. Hello. Look, bygones are bygones. I hope you're not one of the players that played on NA. Because I'm gonna have some choice words for you, buddy. Lag on this game was very beneficial for the person lagging. So when people played from Indonesia, from South America, it wasn't fair for the NA player base. Anyway, it's been years. It's fine. Let it go, Zex. Let it go. Either way, let's move on. After Monkey King, we have Swordsman Bayek, or Bayek Dongsu. I cannot show this character off, so how about we see if Takuyasugi has a video on Sword. Wait, oh, was I not showing that on screen? Whoops. I don't think I was showing that on screen. Swordsman Bayek. Here's male. Here's female. It's another premium. Don't really know what it's from. I'm assuming a manhwa, like a lot of the premiums in this game. Let me see if Takuya has a video. It was called Swordsman Bayek on NA. You know what? Takuya has a 23-second combo video. Let's just look at his combo video, and I'll talk to you about Swordsman Bayek. Oh my god, D'Artagnan is back when D'Artagnan came out? Dude, that's like 2013. Web skill, into hold D, into armor skill, into the 4-hit basics, into the trinket, into the hold D, into the basics? Okay. I mean, that's every single one of your skills, but that's alright. He's another sword fighter. I hate to dumb him down to just being another sword fighter, but there wasn't a whole lot special about him. I will never forget when I saw an ad for We Made LS that used her feet for the ad and was teasing it like one of those you'll barely last 10 seconds playing this game kind of shit. Why did you reawaken these memories, Alonso? There are some things that are best left forgotten. I don't know why. Okay, originally Lost Saga was run by OG Planet. OG Planet? This is a fresh browser, so it hopefully will not dox me. OG Planet was a publisher of free-to-play MMO games, right? They had Rumble Fighter, they had Lateal, they had Lost Saga initially, they had SD Gundam Online, Tails Runner, etc. Tails Runner doesn't have a Wikipedia page, huh? Anyway, I played Rumble Fighter, I played a tiny bit of Lateal, and of course, I played a lot of Lost Saga. When Lost Saga closed down, We Made took over. They don't even have a page. Oh, they don't have a page for We Made. And then ZA took over in like December 2013, I'm pretty sure. And that's when I came back, and then I played all the way from 2013 to 2019. Anyway, that is that. This is this. Swordsman Bayek did Did Takia actually have a video on him? Swordsman Bayek first look. We'll take a brief look, okay? A very brief look.
Hey guys, Takia.
We made USA can die in a fire. They're already dead, but still, yes they can. Bayek is indeed a manhwa hero. Okay. Let's take a look at Takia's video here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call him bike as in like bicycle or something. Sorry if anyone's offended. 4-hit basic.
Yeah, 4-hit basics. 4th hit feints.
You can lift off the ground with this.
That's nice.
So, nice little basics we got going on here.
Your whole D, you'll spin your sword and do a dasher.
Nice little basics.
I forget if that has any property. Yeah?
Kind of swing your sword intimidatingly. You rush forward and you can do a launcher.
Okay.
And things with the whole D, you can dash in a direction as you're winding it up. You can cancel it.
Nice.
Kind of think of this like a gladiator's roll.
Yeah,
Also, you can do
that's what that looks like.
after you do the attack.
Oh, I didn't know that. That makes that really safe.
Basic attacks off this or
Cool.
do some other
I had a
stuff.
Swordsman Bayek, by the way. You can use the weapon skill in the air, but maybe not at this point in time, because this is when the character first came out. They reformed him eventually.
Works like a gladiator's,
Oh, air D dasher.
gladiator's hold
Or
thing.
air,
I mean,
air dasher, I
gladiator's
think.
jump attack. Half
I forgot
base.
about that.
Not bad. About a little less than Jin's range, but might be a little more than
Okay.
gladiators. Maybe not, but still good. Here's your air dash.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay, that is actually noteworthy. The air dasher is a feint.
Kinda
That's
sounds
actually
like
pretty
the
strong.
gladiators and drop-
Things important about Bayek, he has Viking base damage. Also, he's like the first hero that can ignore invincibility. That's right! In the back of my mind, I didn't want to sound dumb in case I was wrong. I could have sworn his weapon skill is one of those skills, one of those attacks with a property that will pierce iframes, or pierce, like, invincibility. Yeah. That's like the one thing Bayek had going for him. And an air dasher that feints is pretty nice.
You can follow that up with your basic attacks. And you can follow that up with some other stuff
Damn,
as
that's
well,
actually pretty
so,
solid.
And so yeah, that's his basics. No double jump. Nothing else I can find.
Things gonna go into defensive properties. Just want to go on to skills.
In the startup phase, it will break a horn. I'm not
Oh, hang on.
as this will go through any skill. This will
Yeah.
break an E-shock in its startup phase. It
Yep,
will break
yep.
a horn. I'm not sure if it breaks Halo or a Sapper helmet. I would have to check on that.
I would assume it does break Halo. If it has that piercing properties like Elio Roseblade, Howling Blades evolution, I'm pretty sure it pierces almost anything in the game, so... You know what? With all that in mind, I did not know he had Viking damage, because not a lot of people played him. I had him, and I didn't even really play him. I think that makes him at least an A. Maybe even an S. And by weapon skill was used for a bannable glitch on Plaza bosses. Oh my god. Hang on, I need to pull something up. Lost Saga Titan K. So there was an exploit with a Plaza boss. Let me see. Lost Saga Dev K boss. What does this actually showcase here? Okay, I think that this is actually a Taku Yasugi video. Hang on. So this version of a boss version of Dev K would show up in plazas sometimes. You were meant to fight it with up to like 16 to 32 players, whatever the max player count for that plaza was.
Do the Attack on Dev K event here on ZA Games Lost Saga.
I think that's actually what it was called,
Hopefully,
actually.
If you use the strategy we use here, me and my friend Cookie here, you have some success with it. Otherwise, I hope you found something better. But I enjoy this strategy.
So you could choose this map, break this Power Stone, and then everyone would have increased skill
with,
cooldowns.
Bike Dungsu. He's my
But more
main,
importantly,
strategic.
his weapon
idea
skill,
behind
he
this.
normally has super armor,
Attack
but the
on
weapon
Dev K
skill...
seems like he spawns multiple times a day.
Hang on.
And
They're not going to show it off? Okay. You would pierce through him with Bayek weapon skill and then grab him with some other skill. You would throw him and the game wouldn't know what to do next, so he would get stuck in the air frozen. We'll pull up another video. Hang on. This was a bannable offense, by the way. Don't do this. Oh my god, what is this video quality? This is what is normally supposed to look like, by the way. It's supposed to be Carnage, where everyone's dying constantly to Dev K. Homeboy actually recorded this on a toaster. I thought I had a toaster. This guy has a campfire. Oh, he's got Desert Blader. Either way, this is how you were intended to fight it. 99 out of 100 times, people would make their own private plaza and then just glitch him and kill him that way. I would make my own private plaza, but I would not glitch him. Hand over heart, I would not glitch him because this might sound weird. It made me feel bad. Like, when you pierce him with Bayek Whip skill, grab him, I think with Zhao Yun armor, and then throw him, he's holding his stomach, bleeding out blue particle effects, in pain, until you finally kill him. It looks bad. I felt like I was doing something wrong if I were to try that, just seeing it. Public plazas, they'd be doing it left and right. That's a bannable offense. Don't do it. All right? Doesn't matter anymore because the game's dead, right? But I would not do it. What I would do was I would go to the plaza that Takuya was at. I would get Kali helmet skill, which gives you iframe, like a bubble where it can't kill you. Buster armor and Kali trinket. Kali trinket places a pool on the ground that does many, many multi-hits on things above it. So I would just walk into the Power Stone, Kali trinket, Kali helmet, Buster armor, over and over and over again, and I could solo him in like 20 minutes. What is Kali? You don't remember Kali? She was from Dragon's Nest? Can we show only... I don't know how far along Kali is. Hang on. Maybe if I search Kali. She was the dancer with the fans from Dragon's Nest, that other MMO. Sorry, I'm zoomed in just so it looks nicer. Heroes Kali. Yeah, Kali. This was Kali. We'll get to Kali eventually, but it's another one that I can't showcase, sadly. You've for sure seen this. I think, oh god. Who was that one lady that mained Kali? This was a character from another MMO called Dragon's Nest, which is still active to this day. I'm almost positive. Excuse me. Trying to showcase the other portrait. There we go. Phenomenal. Yes, Don. Thank you. I think we were friends at one point. I don't know. Like, a lot of people... I think she was a mod, so... She was always on people's bad side. Not because she was a bad mod or anything, just, I mean, if you're gonna do your job modding other players, they're probably gonna get angry at you. Anyway, with everything in consideration that Bayek can do, I think that's an easy A. Now that I know that he has Viking damage, though, damn, I wish I played him. But we'll say an easy A for Swordsman Bayek. Very cool. The fact that he is one of the only sources of iframe piercing in the game is respectable. All right, moving along. Let me go ahead and go back to the music. 1 second. Okay, here's Chieftain, the next hero. Another melee, by the way. If you played during a certain point in time, Chieftain was insufferable, bro. All right, I'm just... we're going to rip the Band-Aid off. All right, DevK, join me for a second. All right. Welcome to Lost Saga. Oh, wait, did they nerf him? Wait, for real? Did they nerf him? So, Chieftain Hold D throws a spear and it would glitch you through the wall. Chieftain could... So, if you were ever by a wall and you were hard stunned, fainted, whatever, congrats. You're now taking fall damage. This shit was so annoying. I hate it. Like, this is a cool looking character. I mean, obviously they're going for like the tribal chieftain kind of aesthetic. Really cool. I love axes. Axes and spears are cool. But when I see this character, I just think back to the days when they would spam this shit. Whenever you were fainted, well, you're eating fall damage now. It's fixed, unfortunately. Good. Back in the day, that would glitch you through walls. So... congrats. Welcome to Lost Saga. Chieftain is an easy S tier. Even now, he's like the best hero to drop people. Really? I mean, like, let's take a look here. How far does it go if you actually hit... Whoa! Huh? No. That can't be right. Holy shit! Okay, I may be inclined to agree with you. I don't remember you going that far. Oh, that's the whole D dash here. Alright, let's actually have an actual analysis of the moveset here. So, 4-hit basics. Looks like no jump cancels. 4th hit does hard stun. You can't pick up off hard stun. You have a dasher. If you hold down the key, you can charge the dasher to go even further. It does a nice wall bounce. And I assume your basics will be able to pick up off the bounce. Yeah, they do. Okay, I thought maybe for a second the spear throw would pierce when you were standing up, but I guess not. Not a whole lot to write home about in the air. You do have 2 projectiles. I imagine if you hit both, it just knocks down. Yeah, it just knocks down. They do hit grounded, though, so that's something. Full charge is also def broken, by the way. It guard breaks? Dude, when did they do this to Chieftain? I remember this going half as far, and I don't remember it being a guard breaker. That's crazy. Okay, yeah. Holding the dasher just sends you farther. Your basics do pick up, which is kind of nice, meaning I guess you want to go into a dash attack if you get your hard stun. He's going to die here, so it doesn't matter. And I'm assuming there's not much else. Time to block. You can quick tap or you can quick let go, and it'll still send them at least a little bit. Is that a half feint? I'm not sure. It doesn't quite look like it. The day Chieftain picks up a baseball bat will be the day the Earth and possibly the one other planet explodes. Huh. The day Chieftain picks up a baseball bat, huh? Hang on, where's he at? You, my friend, are getting a little ahead of yourself. More on that later, though. That's still very far in the future. That's actually insane, though. Like, wow. I did not know Chieftain was that nuts. Well, it was called Chieftain on NA, I guess on this server. It's called Indian. Okay, so skills from left to right. Poison Dart, it aims. You can fire it wherever you want, but it will home in and aim eventually. I thought if you timed this, it eventually hard stunned you, like the poison would solidify. And no, it looks like it just solidifies anyway into a half feint. Interesting. I believe that hits grounded. Yep. So you're gonna run. You're gonna be slowed by the poison. You're gonna try to run away, and then you're just gonna. The poison's gonna harden, and you're gonna eat some damage. Chieftain is still used because you can use them like bouncer playstyle, and again, it's insane enemy throw even without the full charge. Combined with a gear that basically removes your dexterity stat, and that's 30% of your HP gone. Jesus, I didn't even know you could remove dex. That's disgusting. Well, more on that later, I guess. All right, helmet skill. This one's actually like pretty damn solid. You tap your attack key. I think if you want to do that more than once. Yeah, you tap your attack key. They'll get CC'd and walk in a random direction. I think if you keep tapping it, they'll come to you, setting them up for a combo, right? Like you can easily feint them off of that or half feint them, whatever. I believe it hits grounded and picks up off grounded. Yeah. So that's already very strong. Armor skill, you go invisible. So while I'm invisible, I don't think I would be on the map for a split second. But then the invisibility doesn't last a while. You aim it like paladin armor. And then I think it's a hard stun. Yeah, it's a hard stun where you land. Which means you probably want to pick up with your dash attack. I mean, with your dash attack, if I stop scrubbing it up here. I swear I'm double tapping dash, bro. That's the lag, alright? There we go. And if that didn't drop him, well, my axe and my spear definitely would have with the follow-up there. And then Web skill, I'm assuming is just an empowered... Let's reset his health bar here. Although I guess I can hit that with the delete key. Nice. Yeah, it's a guard-breaking, like, quicker one of these. But it looks like it doesn't send them as far, and it feints them. And you can run up and get your dash attack. Okay, that's pretty sick. Damn. I am at a crossroads here, fellas. That is clearly very strong. Dude, with how crazy that hold D is, I think that has to be S. But I hate this character because I have very many memories of this character glitching me through the world. Like, very, like, I want to put this down here with the other punk bitches. But you know what? I think it's got to be S. Because that's some crazy utility. And a fun moveset on top of that. And a fun weapon. A big thing about all of this is I want the weapons to be unique and fun. Because if everyone in this game just had a different flavor of sword, that wouldn't be fun. So when there's a unique-ass weapon, dude, I will take it. A hatchet and a spear, that's cool. And plus, that's a badass aesthetic. Alright, moving along to the next hero. After Chieftain is Hazama. This is, again, we're at the period of the game where they were getting premium contracts left and right. And I just don't have, I can't show you that in-game. Hazama. If you want to try some uniques, I can give you my account. I'm not bored, and check it out yourself. If you want to, like, just drop the weapons for me, I'd prefer that. I don't want to get you banned or anything. Let's see. Hazama. There's the first look. I want the reform. Hazama reform? Ilgimine, no. He claims nerf. Let's see what he's talking about here.
Hey guys, Takisugi here, and I briefly wanted to cover Korean Lost Saga's Hazama nerf. Me and Don were hanging out, and she made a video
Oh, Don!
here
Hey!
covering
Small
some
world.
things about it. And I'm actually in it. You might want to watch it for me.
I think Don was another
on
content creator that also did some Korean Lost Saga stuff. Oh, we're at a small window.
On my own YouTubes.
Oops.
But yeah, much credit goes to
Fem Hazama, though, you
Just
right,
wanna
you right.
commentate
Hang
this,
on.
air chain a little bit.
How could I forget? Fem Hazama, though. Phenomenal. Alright, I had a Hazama as well, actually, but I never played it.
As you can see here, it's a lot shortened. It's very much so shortened.
So you could hold the attack key and it would aim a chain up and down. Pressing jump would then send you to where the chain ended. And I guess Taki is talking about a nerf here.
Right now, but you know, you can see right there. It's shorter, much shorter. Especially even the long pull-in version, it's shorter too. It's not as drastic as the quick pull-in, but yeah, it's noticeable, guys.
Does he really? Oh, hang on. We have a Vampire versus Hazama video over here. Let's check this out. They're not going to be using default Hazama skills, though, so we'll just check this out briefly. Let's take a look. Hazama still exists. They remade him as a unique hero called Parasite. Really? Huh. So, Hazama, from what I remember, you would hit someone in the air with a chain, then you would pull yourself at them and immediately do like the 6-hitter air combo. Like he just tried pulling off there. Ancient Spirit Trinket. This dude is so boring and meta right here. Vampire, Arc Robe, Ancient Spirit Trinket, D'Artagnan helmet. Get this pussy out of here. Let's see what the... Come on, Hazama. Pull through, Hazama. Well, the Hazama's also rocking an Arc Robe and an Arc Cape, actually. There are no good guys in this fight. He's getting his ass whooped. Hang on. Okay, he's getting his ass whooped. He's getting his ass whooped. He's getting his ass whooped. He immediately went into Iori Yagami instead of Hazama. Okay, he's... Yeah, Vampire Web skill. There's Hazama Web skill. It's like one of his supers in BlazBlue. There we go. That's a Hazama combo right there. But his D'Artagnan helmet lets him recover midair. Because of course it does. Oh, I gotta walk. I gotta fly away and walk around in a circle to get my passive back. What a pussy. Look, there's a reason. There's a reason why this is my thumbnail. Hang on. Where's my thumbnail? There's a reason why this is my thumbnail. We'll get there when we get there. Vampire will have his time in the sunlight. And he'll turn to ashes. Like the boring-ass character that he is. Okay, this Hazama's getting his ass... Is this guy really about to strip him with Captain Helm? Oh no, he's going to the bomb. But then this guy swapped to... I don't actually know what character that was. Anyway, we're getting distracted here. Hazama was cool in Lost Saga. It was way more technical than I really liked. And... it didn't feel good. Much like with Magic Lancer from way earlier, the basic attacks didn't feel like they flowed very nicely, and they had like long animations. I didn't like it very much. So I admittedly did not play a lot of Hazama, But, dude, the aura on Hazama. And, in fact, we're going to say that's S, and I wish I played more. Vampire users are the textbook hero of hit and run, no gauge, no attack. Exactly. People just spam the chain. Yes, they did. I wish I played more Hazama, though, because, dude, the style on Hazama. Let's briefly showcase this over here. Can I see the gear in-game? No, it doesn't say it. So the weapon skill pulls you in, and then it does the attack with the 3 snakes. That's one of his supers in BlazBlue. His armor skill is his other super. His armor skill is badass as hell. Serpent's Infernal Rapture, I think. He enters a counter stance. No. Yeah, he enters a counter stance, and then if you hit him, he'll do an axe kick that launches you way up into the air and does fall damage. And it's a counter attack, so that's really cool. And in regular BlazBlue, it just does the skill anyway, but they made it a counter in Lost Saga, which was cool. Helmet skill just does a guard-breaking, like, low-hitting swipe with a snake. I think it's a ground recovery that will pick you back up. Oh, okay, yeah. You can also use it in the air. You could use it while you're ground, or when you're on the ground and when you're downed. Your trinket, you grab someone with a chain and you pull them from... You yeet them in the other direction. I'm pretty sure he has that attack in BlazBlue as well, but it didn't work very well on our server just due to lag, so... I'm going to put Hazama as an honorary S. I wish I played more. I wish I knew how that character really worked. Okay, moving along. I'm going to find another game's OST. Hang on. I'm actually on my account right now. I had to sign in. Okay, I think it's playlists. How about some Guns the Duel? For some reason, these take a while to load. There we go. Okay, moving along. Up next. Oh, shit. All right, buckle up, boys. This is a really cool character. It's a basic character. We won't be here for long, but this is Rockstar. Here's male Rockstar, and here's femme Rockstar. Phenomenal. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. They used her in a lot of the promotional material because of course you would. Bravo. Bravo. Now let me actually show you the character. I think I might own a Rockstar right now. Let me see. I might not. I only have so many hero slots on this server. Okay, in that case, we'll just borrow like the rest. No, I apparently do have a Rockstar. Oh, I do. It's on number 6. Yes, exactly, Alone So. You think we'll get to Zhao Yun this stream? Let me double check. Okay, so we're on page 2 already. Let's see. Zhao Yun. That's like a later normal. We might get to him tonight. It might be early next time. If you're getting sleepy, I don't blame you. Okay. Hang on, I gotta reload everything. 1 second. Ah! The website's freaking out. I think we're already, like, near the end of page 2, and he's on page 3, I think. Yeah, okay. Rockstar. So, 3-hit basics. I mean, first of all, the aura of a weapon, the weapon being a guitar is badass. 3-hit basics. 3rd hit, I think, knocks back, yeah. Jump attack hits grounded. Not a whole lot for combos, this character. Oh, sorry, jump hold D hits grounded. You also do have a jump D, which just does that. You do that. If you're quick enough, you might get a second one. I guess not. It's a special category character. He has a dash instead of an actual run. No dash attack. You just go into the basic string. And you have a super jump, which is nice. There's no rank limit, by the way. You can buy normal heroes. Wait, really? Huh. Hang on. Hey. It looks like there isn't a rank limit for some of them. Like, surprisingly, Dragon Slayer being Also, yes, this is a badass character. Yes, it will probably be S rank. Some of them are gated by rank. That's fine. Dash attack is Evo only. Okay, I never Evo'd mine, so I'm actually not sure what it did. You might get a mini version of the weapon skill on the Evo, but moving along. The main thing here, the main appeal is your hold D. Your hold D, you start walking in whatever direction you're facing and playing your guitar. This will hit multiple times, so you can kind of like... the last hit will hard stun. But more importantly, you can go around people's blocks, right? If they don't have a 360 guard like a mage. Here's the biggest draw. Here's the biggest thing. Tapping attack during this is guard breaking. That is, like, really scary. To be in the middle of that is really scary. I used my Rockstar a lot. I used it sometimes in team fights if I wanted to get somebody off a teammate, that kind of thing. But you want to know what I actually used it the most for? So, you know how I said before I like to do ice proof to save my teammates from being frozen? You can save your teammates with a guard breaker, and this is actually a pretty fast guard breaker. So they would do that animation as if they were hit by the attack, but then they'd be able to act out of it. Like, I wouldn't be hurting them, I'd just be breaking them out of ice. So if I happen to be nearby after some ice mage got their weapon skill off, I could go immediately save everybody if this damn web skill wants to hit. If his damn web skill wants to hit. So I would do that a lot. If I didn't have my trinket charged on my ice mage, then that was always an option. Oh, whoops. That's a bit of a sneak preview already. Not even going to ask why Femme Rockstar is British. There is a chance and I'm willing to take it. Badass. Damn, forgot you could do that. Dude, I got so much use out of my Rockstar just for that alone, because ice was pretty prevalent. Like, no matter what state the game is, I feel like ice was always pretty prevalent. Whether it be Ice Mage, whether it be Scotty, whether it be... actually, I can't... Yuki Hime? I don't think we ever got that one on NA, though. Anyway, moving on. I think that's actually it. That's your entire kit right there. Your whole thing is being really fucking annoying. I don't even know if you can pick up off the hard stun. Let me actually see. Doesn't look like it. Alright, skills from left to right. They did give this an evolution. I don't remember a whole lot about it. Scotty Horf? Excuse me? Is that an acronym? Hang on. Okay, skills from left to right. Trinket, you take out a megaphone. It actually gives you a speed boost. I think it will wear out eventually, yes. But while you have this out, pressing attack will do a half fainter. Hitting twice in a row will faint. It does not hit grounded, but it guard breaks and it faints. That's not bad. Your helmet skill didn't always work, so I don't think very many people used it. You jump forward and you crowd surf. Actually, I think I can very easier show this off out if you hit the ground. It ends, obviously. Let's do this with all of my heroes available. If you do this in a team fight... Oh, never mind. I thought I'd be able to bounce multiple people, but it looks like it's only one per. Oh yeah. just don't eat shit by hitting the ground. Oh, me barfing, being reminded of Scotty. Oh yeah, okay. I'm right there with you, homeboy. Use Phoenix Wings? I don't have Phoenix Wings, but I do have... Was this a character that was good with wings? I didn't give mine wings. I don't remember what trinket... Oh, I gave her the trinket that... Actually, I can't remember now. I can't remember what trinket I did. I have Combat Engineer Wings, which are like budget Phoenix Wings. There we go. Ah, okay. Does that let you get maybe 2 hits in? Whoops. I'm sure that could be annoying. But without any movement speed, it just looks really clunky and slow. Anyway. Get all these people out of here. Who are you people? Armor skill. I actually use this a fair bit. That's the helmet skills X. Okay, alright. You lunge forward, you start playing your guitar, and I believe it will pick up off grounded. Well, I need my armor skill back first. Yep. It'll even restand them and hit every time. And your weapon skill is guard breaking, and it's so annoying being hit by this, because you kind of can't do much. maybe like recovery skill out of it, I guess. No sleep till Dynasty Warriors mention. Okay, we'll be getting there. We'll be getting there. All right. You can also do the weapon skill midair, and I think you can do the helmet and the armor midair as well. You can do the armor midair, the armor midair, and the helmet. Unfortunately, I don't think the helmet's very good. Okay, kind of a basic character. Whoops, that's we're going way in the future. You didn't see anything. Let's see. That was Rockstar, and I think just by the portrait alone, it's going up here. But I got a lot of use out of it. It's a basic character. It's mainly just there to be annoying, but I would use it to help my teammates, right? Like, I used that all the time. If I was nearby someone that was frozen, it does not take long to I got the muscle memory, immediately swap over. I think it was on the B key for me. Hold D, quick tap, get out of there. That saves all my teammates, and they don't got to worry about being frozen. We're going forward in time. No, don't worry about it. We'll get there eventually. Changchun Warrior, I think, is up next. And this is another one that I'm just going to skip because we only briefly got it on NA. I did buy it, I think. It might not even have released officially, and you could have just gotten it with like a glitchy scroll at some point. I don't really remember, but I know I had it for a while. Cool dual blade character. I don't even really know what it's from. It's a premium, so it's from some other IP. I liked the idea of my Tao Warrior also being my Changchun. I guess it's just called a Changchun, not Changchun Warrior. Design-wise, very cool. I don't think it had a whole lot of going on. It's like a Swordsman Bayek or like a Magic Lancer kind of scenario. But I did like it, so we will put it on B tier. At least a little bit. Evo basically makes it so you can do strings and make the D hold hit 2 times faster. Oh, yeah. You hit guard, and then you're suddenly like really fast playing the guitar, right? Yeah. I remember that. I mean, either way, I already really liked Rockstar. If just for the utility of being able to save my teammates from ice. Okay. Unfortunately, we're moving on. I don't think Takuya had a video on Changchun, so we're not even going to check. We're going on to another melee character, Werewolf. For some reason, I remember Werewolf being counted as a special character and not a melee character on NA, but I could be wrong. Either way, this is a character I do not own. But I can already tell you where Werewolf is going to end up. I wish I played Werewolf more. I got to play this guy for a bit during the Papaya Play beta test a couple of years ago. It is a melee character, 3-hit basics. 3rd hit knocks down. You do have a single hit dasher that I think hard stuns. Does nothing on follow-ups, and I don't think your basic string picks up off. No, it does not. Okay, and I think even your jump attack is a little middling. It is a half feint. I don't think you could do that fast enough to get a second one in. Maybe with Phoenix Wings. I do like the fit as well. I really like Werewolf. This isn't like a premium... Oh, obviously I'm showing it off, so it isn't a premium character or anything. But I liked this character. I wish I'd played it more than I did. Moving on. All right. You might think it's a melee character, but it doesn't really have a lot in the combo game. Like, it doesn't even pick off its own hard feint status. What's the point? Well, the point is this 99 bar passive over here next to my weapon skill. If you press hold D while you have at least 33 passive, I think you enter werewolf form. I think it is actually a different model if you're femme. Not only are you really fucking fast. This is 0 move speed, by the way. But it completely changes your kit. So I want to say 3rd hit basics, 3rd hit hard stuns. You can't pick up off with the regular basics. Let's see if we have a dash attack. Yeah, you have a dash attack that will launch off the hard stun. Otherwise, you'd have to hit it twice in a row. I'm already out of passive, unfortunately. I think armor skill gives me passive back. Yeah, using your armor skill gives you back full meter, which is really cool. There's not a lot of skills that work with the character's passive like that, so that's cool. Okay, I think you have a half D. That's a guard-breaking bite. But not only is it a guard-breaking bite, I'm pretty sure it's a guard-breaking bite that will pick up off grounded. Yep, so you're not safe, bro. Like, you're gonna want to be blocking, but they can just throw that in there. 1, 2, you know, maybe just a 1 and then a bite, or just keep biting. It's guard breaking, so it's gonna be kind of gnarly. Oh, did I not show the fem artwork? I will do that right now. Also, getting a successful bite off will give you more passive meter, which is just so cool. Okay, I believe you have a hold D dasher. It's a launcher, yes. You don't have a double jump, but you do have a jump attack with the same properties as Wild Tiger, wherein it will kind of like bounce you back up. I'm pretty sure. It's even the same animation, I think. And if you hit... Maybe it doesn't get the hard stun that Wild Tiger gets. Yeah, no, you can hit 2 times, but with enough movement speed, I can see that like crossing up very nicely. Okay, while I wait for my passive meter to recharge here real quick, let's show off the fem werewolf portrait. Where am I? Was it purple hair or was it mine that had purple? Oh my god. And also there's the fem werewolf form. Werewolf is easily S tier if it weren't for the fact that you can't change hero during transformation. Well, the same thing could be said about Druid and anyone else with like an install/transform, right? You can't do that with Windrunner, with Dragon Rider. I don't see that as too bad of a downside. Is there a way to go back into human form, though? I'm trying to find that. For Druid, you just double tap a direction. Okay, if you hold D while you're in werewolf form, it goes into a launcher, which it looks like you might be able to pick up off with your basics. It's not much of a combo, but it's something. And I think as you transform into werewolf form, it goes into the bite, yeah? So hang on, we're gonna launch. I'm gonna do my 1, 2, 3, and then that. Okay, yeah. You could get some gnarly pressure with this guy. Okay, I want to see that hold D dasher. We can't see the game. Ah! Whoops. Let me re-explain all of that. All right, 3 hit basics. Thank you. Hard stun on the 3rd hit of the basic. And when you hold D with werewolf form, it actually transforms you back into human. That's what I was trying to show off there. And it does an uppercut. With that uppercut, you can pick up with your 3 hit basics. And then go back into werewolf form if you have enough meter, because when you transform into werewolf form, it does the bite, and the bite picks up off grounded like I showed off earlier. Very nice. Fem werewolf is indeed adorable. Yeah, I wish I could show it off here, but I can't. I mean, maybe I can... No, because I'm in training, I can't. Never mind. If I could drop the weapon, I could, but no, it's okay. Let's see that whole D dasher. Seems to just launch them. It lets you get your 2 jump attacks. Oh, I remember now. I thought I was missing an attack. You have an air D dasher. I'm assuming the play here is... Let me get my full meter back here. I don't know if I showed it off, if the screen was covered, but armor skill will fear enemies and then also give you back full meter. Can I hold D dasher? No. It's just a standing hold D. So launch, 1, 2. I'm thinking hold D dasher. 2 hit into air dash, yeah. That's kind of hard to hit. I'm gonna chalk that up to Dev K having a smaller hitbox though. There's a way to summon bots by opening the hero selection menu, start training, then use the training option with robots. By opening the hero selection menu, start training, then use... Oh my god, really? So if I do this... I guess I would have to have them unselected. Then we go into training. Where is werewolf? Oh my god, thank you. I haven't been able to show off the counterattacks for the characters I don't own yet. Okay, well, how about we go on to... Do you have a deflect? I'm running out of space here, and I don't remember the timing for deflect. Get off of me! As you can see, it fears them. They run away for a little bit. I think that's it for human and werewolf form. Thank you for that. That's actually huge. I might go back and show some of the counters and stuff I couldn't show off. Well, here's the trinket skill. This will give you an ally's super armor. It gives you super armor and makes it so that undeflectable attacks, or rather attacks that aren't undeflectable, knock back like that. It'll go away when you fall down, though, from what I recall. But that is super armor for you and your teammates, which is nice. It's still hurting me, though. I'm almost positive. It's not like Paladin Cape where you don't take damage during this. You do take damage. You're just tanking it, I think. Helmet skill is a ground recovery. You flail around in a panic. It looks a lot like Ditzy Rush from Amy's one of Amy's 2-bar skills in Grand Chase. It hits a lot, and I mean it's a ground recovery, like I showed off there. I don't remember if the armor is a ground recovery. Let's go ahead and see that with our robot buddies here. If you want to knock me down, good sir. I get knocked down. Then I armor skill. He's never gonna knock me down. Think you're a funny guy, do you? Hit me! Dev K, your robots suck. Thank you. Okay, armor skill's not a recovery, but helmet is. Alright, thank you, fellas. Let's go show off the weapon skill. All those savages fight each other down there. I believe when you're werewolf form, it's a guard-breaking thing that faints. No, it hard stuns. So it's one hit, and then maybe I can press another button? Okay, if I... Sorry. Allergic to that werewolf fur. If I press attack, it does a hard stun. Should guard break since it's a skill, obviously. It's a hard stun. Can't really work off of that in non-werewolf form, but still. And then if I press guard, it's good knockback. That's not bad. Okay, and then it might change up in werewolf form. I'm pretty sure it's like a 7-hit combo with a roar at the end. 6-hit combo, and you might have to manually do the roar. It looks like I don't do the roar with attack. It might be guard. Let's see. Yeah, you do the roar with guard. What a... the word unique is corrupted with this game due to the category of unique characters. We will get there eventually. I'm not looking forward to it, but we'll get there eventually. But by the actual definition of unique, what a unique character. In all the right ways, that's an S, but that's also I wish I played more. There's a lot under the hood there. And what's not to love? Alonso, timeout Alonso for 5 seconds. Janko's not here. You don't need to call me a furry in his stead, alright? Oh my god, dude. Okay, let's move on. Up next is Mei from Guilty Gear. We'll see if Takuyasugi has a video. Takuyasugi. Takuyasugi Lost Saga. And we'll see if he has a Mei video. I'm pretty sure he does. I knew a couple of Mei mains. In fact, I got commissioned to do art for a Mei main at one point. I think I got paid like 10, 15 bucks. Hang on, while that's loading. Oh, by the way, they did another clever thing here. I forgot to show it off, but male Mei is Johnny, and then of course femme Mei is Mei. So that's another little clever thing where they fit in 2 characters with the same hero. Very nice. Hang on. While that's loading. I'm pretty sure I got commissioned to draw someone's Mei.
So let's check it out here. Your basics move forward a little bit more. Not too shabby. You have more range on your basics and better hitbox as well. And they do more
I'm looking.
well, so overall great improvements with the basics. Also, if you hit
The main gimmick is the hold D where you do like an arching upward dolphin Totsugeki, and you can just chain it over and over and over again. I found it.
So good changes.
I think I got paid like 15 bucks for this back in the day. Yeah, he had a bloody weapon skill for his weapon, so that's a Mei main right there. Violent God, I think, on the NA server. Thank you for your commission. Mei is Johnny, it's perfect. Exactly. Oh, wait, oh, here we go. This is the main thing to see with Mei.
Also, the air portion's a lot easier to follow up on. So
you can send them up like surprisingly high up. There was a Korean Lost Saga Mei main that I really liked watching, but I haven't been watching Lost Saga videos in a while, so I don't remember the channel. I don't think it was Devil's Wing. Let me just Google, or not Google, let me just search Lost Saga Mei. I don't think he titled his videos in English. No, okay. I don't remember what account it was, but he was rare, very, very, very strong with Mei. Okay. Let's go back to Takuyasugi. And let's see if he shows off the skills here. I think that's weapon skill.
Airborne with your basics.
Oh, that's triangle.
Knock them back a little bit farther, so increase knockback on the 3rd hit there for airborne opponents.
Can barely hear you,
So
Takuya.
good changes. Your whole D, this is probably what you've been excited for, your dolphins. So your whole D has better height to it, so it's going to be able to hit
This
a little
character
bit
didn't
easier
work too
than
well on
before.
NA, by the way, again, because of
Which
lag.
doesn't matter,
Your
range is
air
much easier.
combos wouldn't really work all that well with lag, unfortunately.
Also, the air portion's a lot easier to follow up on. Attacks have a little bit more range. And,
Does he show off weapon here at all? I think the Dasher is the Totsugeki that you might know and love.
Mei can now air juggle once again pretty well. You know, it was getting harder and harder with all the changes in Korean Lost Saga.
Okay. Maybe he won't show it off here. Oh, speaking of LS videos, remember that time you randomly found your Zayla's art in someone's thumbnail? Yes, I asked him to take it down, and I remember him taking it down. So I drew my character Zayla. Hang on, I'll see if I can find her. I don't know if it would be in this folder. Zayla. It was my F-Saber. Okay, this isn't the drawing. It's my YouTube banner. You can see Zayla, Layla, and Sheila. Because the regular art's not on here. I think this might be animated. Or this is one frame. Yeah, that's not finished, though. That's from a long time ago. Either way, yes. A dude was using my art. I asked him not to, and he stopped, so. Anyway, more on that. More on her when we get to F-Saber. That won't be for a while, though. So how about we move on? There's not a lot I can showcase with Mei. I don't think the skills were anything to write home about, so the fancy air combos are cool, but the most I can do for Mei is a B. Old Mei cannot walk when D-hold. It was insufferable. Oh, that's rough. Mei is meta in KLS simply because it's easy fall damage. If you swap to a ranged hero and land a bullet, any shot will do. Wow. Don't tell me she has that fucking whale. I think that's the weapon skill, Yomu. I think you throw out a whale? I could be wrong. You either spin and throw a whale. I forget. I might be mixing up her kit with Strive or something, because that would have been the last time I saw Mei played. Alright. Either way, I think Mei is a B, strictly because it didn't play too well on the North American server. So, unfortunately, that's where we'll put Mei. Muay Thai. I don't have a lot to say about Muay Thai. Let's look at the femme portrait. Phenomenal, actually. Fantastic. Okay. Where is Muay Thai? It's another melee character. No infinite block or anything, right? Makes sense. I knew some people that really wanted this character to work, but I like, this is one of the characters that I have like the least playtime with. What is even your hold D? Oh, right, your hold D is a string that hits grounded, right? Nope. Maybe I'm thinking of Capoeira. I think I just had lots of pressure with this hold D. Yeah, and then it ends in a guard breaker. I did a combo accidentally. Oh, and the dasher half feints, so you could probably land that twice in a row if the end lag isn't too much for me here. It doesn't even feint, it actually hard stuns. Mei is very cute, and Johnny is very cute, yes. Weapon skill does throw a whale. Okay, the fucking whale that I hate. Well, I don't know if it would be that strong in Lost Saga, so just by doing 2 hold Ds here in a row, your 3rd hold D is then a guard breaker. I remember that. You also have a hold D dasher. Can I jump cancel that? No, but I could probably then go into a jump attack. Yeah. How about a whole air hold D? Oh, air hold D does like a weird bounce. Hard stun. Can you tell I didn't really play this character? Because I didn't. Does that not hit grounded? There's no way, bro. Okay, it does hit grounded, but in a weird way. How about we just move on to the skills, because I don't think there's much else to say. There's no, like, dash cancels, no inputs or anything. That last kick is also a ground hit, really. You're right. And then maybe you could turn around and pick that up. I'm kind of seeing the sauce there. Also, I think my music's a little loud. Let's move on to the skills, which I vaguely remember. Your trinket skill is a grab. I don't know if that has a follow-up. We'll see. I'm going to assume... Okay, it doesn't look like it has a follow-up. I'm assuming that hits grounded, like most of these. It does not hit grounded. Huh. Probably guard breaks. I mean, makes sense, right? So I think you're supposed to hit attack after that, and it'll ground bounce. Yeah. Sure. Your basics pretty nicely lift up. Okay, I don't think that hits grounded. Did you do the air hold D? Yes, it does a weird ground slam, which seems to hard stun. But I don't know. This yeets you forward in an awkward way that I don't really like. Is in fact a meta choice combined with, I don't know, Earth Mahi. Mahe, whatever that is. That doesn't ring a bell to me. Armor skill. So you grab someone, I think you just beat the hell out of them. By the way, does this do something different if I hit guard? No. Yeah, it's a grab, so it didn't work in NA. I'm pretty sure it didn't work in NA anyway. And then this is just a Shoryuken. Flaming Uppercut should hit grounded. I mean, armor skill probably hits grounded too. Yeah. Yep. That hits a bunch for the time, I want to say. That's not a bad option for weapon skills, I guess. I'm sure there's more to learn about this character, and maybe they even gave it an evolution, but I gotta put that in B. I think I even gotta put that in C. Helmet has ground recovery, if I remember. Oh, Earth Mage. Thank you. Oh, dude, I forgot about Earth Mage completely. That was one of my favorite mages. But I only ever really used her to be annoying. And for the defense shred, she would apply defense shred on the whole D. Okay, let's move on. I'm starting to kind of lose it. How far are we from Zhao Yun? Just for you, Yomu? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll do 9 more. Zhao Yun's at the end of that. If you get too sleepy to bear it, let me know and I can maybe move that one up. Air hold D hit grounded. Yes, in a weird way where it was bouncing me up in a... It didn't feel very satisfying, if I'm being honest. Why am I back here? Last character on this page. I'm just gonna have to... I mean, I'll see if they have a... I'll see if Takuya has a video. It's an assassin that can go invisible just on the hold D. Chaos... I'll just see what happens when I search Chaos. Chaos Refuge. Okay. We'll take a look at Takuya's video a little bit.
Hey guys, Takuyusugi here. I'm gonna do a little bit of...
This is so old, bro.
Chaos Leopard here. So yeah, this is a neat character. I mean, for one, like the weapon is huge on his hand. He doesn't look normal. Got like a ninja mask, so doesn't cover his hair though, so you can get a hairstyle. Basic attacks.
This would be before the reform, so this is actually gonna be a very basic version of him.
Dash attack. See, here's the thing about the dash.
You know what?
Attack.
I'll leave Zhao Yun for next time. I'll go up to Zhao Yun and then I'll stop. How's that sound?
The last hit stuns. You can follow that.
I never had the Chaos Heroes, so no comment from me. I had a Refuge, and I had a Dahlia. I really like Dahlia.
But yeah, let's see.
So the important here is the important thing here is the whole D that he hasn't showed off yet.
So yeah, you don't want to follow up with the basic attack. That won't even launch him. You'll have to do the dash attack there. And here's the big thing like about this character. It's like what a Shadow Assassin dreams of doing.
Your air hold D turns you invisible, bro. It's crazy. And out of that, you can do a feint attack.
So yeah. And here's the big thing like about this character.
I think it would still show you on the map, but still the utility of that is not to be sneezed at, not to be ignored.
So yeah, that's and you can walk through people with this.
That's pretty nice.
Pretty much
okay, let's see if he does the skills.
The demonic kind of tornado thing.
That's trinket skill, I think.
Dash attack. Of course I messed it up. Let's try this again.
I think this just gives you and teammates super armor.
Helmet.
No, okay, no, that's helmet.
And
It does hit grounded. It's not very reliable. I did actually like Chaos Refuge helmet though, because it would let me it's a face mask, right? So I would just draw whatever mouth I wanted on there. That's fun for gear designing. Armor skill doesn't work on NA. Not even worth talking about.
Let's see if we can do the weapon skill off the Juggernaut. To like.
I think he's just experimenting with the character right now, which is fine.
Tool, scare someone, fainting, dash.
Yeah. Again, armor skill doesn't work, so that's null and moot. That's helmet.
Yeah, there you go. And that's your supplies to it.
And that's your weapon skill.
Reliable. That seems very reliable. So let's see if we can gauge the break and then stun him. Break.
Okay, I just want to see if he does the trinket.
That I didn't even know about that.
He just learned it had a counter.
Look at that. I didn't even know about that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Takuya. Again, it's a premium. The fact that it... Damn, I don't remember that. The fact that it could turn invisible is really cool. Just at will. I don't even know if it had a passive meter. I wasn't paying too close attention. Style alone, A. Let's see. Well, if we're waiting till next stream, I'll gladly record my XP and fall apart for the night. Sure. All right, take care, Yomu. Oh, by the way, I'll be reacting to the Nintendo Direct tomorrow, probably around midday, and I don't know if I'll do Library of Ruina after all. You guys said it would be fine if I missed another week, so I may do more of this, or I may do another game, maybe some Risk of Rain. Either way, we ranked him A. Not bad. Okay, I want some more music, and then let me go ahead and add you. Sure. I don't speak Indonesian, so I actually don't remember how to access this. Is it just here and then this? Hilux? As in the RPG Maker game? There you go. Holy shit, you're 2-star. That's crazy. You're welcome to join, but try not to... Well, wait. Oh, wait, never mind, actually. Okay, finally. It didn't let me get rid of the characters there. Hello. If you don't mind, maybe standing off to the side. I'm going to continue with what I got here. There's Wrestler Evo. I'm going to keep going in a line, however, how I have been. Gotcha. Sure thing. So, going back to where we were, we're already on the next page. I will get up to maybe like one off of Zhao Yun. Where's a good place to stop? You know what, King Arthur? Sure. We'll keep going until I get to King Arthur, and then I'm out of here. Up next is Gato Gacha. I believe this is a character from a contest. I don't know if it's specifically Indonesia or what server it was. This was a contest character, but Fem is very nice. I don't know why the male one never really did much for me. He doesn't even like look goofy or anything. I don't think his armor looks that cool. Let's go ahead and actually, excuse me. Thank you for joining, but can't do training with you. All right. Okay, no, that's not what I wanted. How do I get you out of here? Could I ask you to please leave? I didn't want to show off the evolution. If this is Gato Gacha. Yeah, it's Gato Gacha. What the heck is wrong? Why is it flaming skulls? Whoa. Okay. Thank you for this, but appreciate it. Maybe some other time. Okay. Let me quit out and go back in so I'm not naked. I forgot this hero. Indonesian Superman. Yeah. Okay, looks like the server reset already. Doesn't matter to me, though. The only time I'll do a quest on this game is if it's for a gear designer. I appreciate you, Box of Octopus. Thank you. Okay. And actually, go ahead and do this. Let me know if you need a showcase. I don't know which one of this is a reply, but thank you. I will. Looks like I can't give you a clover yet. That's fine. Okay, moving along. Thank you for your help. Appreciate it anyway. Gato Gacha. Wait, he counts as a premium? Did that actually say premium? Huh. Weird. Maybe just specifically for this server. Don't worry about it, bro. Thank you for joining anyway. I appreciate you wanting to help. Maybe some other time. I'll be doing this again maybe sometime this week. Either way, moving along. Next hero, Gato Gacha. We already took a look at the portraits. From what I remember, 3-hit basics. Now, I remember this character being really weird. The third hit doesn't knock down. It just sends them back in a weird, like, not even half-faint animation. Looks like your basics do lift, which is kind of nice. And they gave this character an Evo. It's a lot more than I can say about most characters. Sorry. I'm allergic to gold, and this guy's covered in it. Let's see. Can you jump cancel? I'm assuming you can jump cancel the evolution. That would make sense. You already kind of saw it, and Alonso mentioned it. The main gimmick with this character is that he kind of has, like, Superman flight. The hold D in the air, you do, like, a Superman dash forward. And I think you could probably do a knockdown if you dash through with a... Yeah. And then a follow-up with a single air D. No, like, air dashers, no super jump, no. And then doing a hold D standing does it diagonally. So you could do this, I guess, into that, to be annoying. I don't know. Something about the way this controls feels weird to me. Maybe they fixed it with the evolution. I'll figure out sometime, I guess. You have a dasher? You know, the hold D after the dasher is probably pretty good. Yeah, okay. I think I see it already. So, dasher, hold D, air hold D, basic. Okay, okay. Gato Gacha is premium because Indonesian-based hero. Ego, basically. The flight is annoying because it's delayed. It always hits people because they don't expect it. Huh. Interesting. I'm curious what the evolution does for it, but not enough to see it right now. Maybe... I did find another tier list, Box of Octopus, where it's all of the evolutions in the game. So maybe if you're around when I'm doing that, I can showcase them with your help. If not, that's fine. We'll see. Either way, that's not what we're going to do tonight. So moving on. No air dasher? Or no, sorry, no hold D dasher? No. Can I land that twice in a row? Yes, but it decays so much that I don't think it matters. We already know that the basics pick up. And I don't think there's much else, actually. This is one of those characters that I remember just feeling, this is annoying. They're not doing a whole lot to me, but they are being annoying. They're just flying around. You don't remember getting juggled a bunch with it? With this? No. Really? So like this, this, this. Could I continue that somehow? Also fan of Project Moon, so looking forward to it. Okay. I might do Library of Ruina tomorrow. I'm supposed to do it every Tuesday, but I haven't been doing it lately. I'm at a point in the game where I really need to step my game up and grind. I just haven't found the time for it. Okay. Let's see. Let's move on to the skills. I don't think there's much else to write home about here. Maybe a counterattack, so with that little tip we got earlier, I can do this, and then we'll pick Gato Gacha. It's called Gato Gacha on NA, and we'll do training mode. I'm curious. I think he might have a counter that sets him up for the flight. Maybe not. Huh. I guess not. Okay, I thought for sure you did. Alright, enough of that. I really don't remember being juggled by this thing, Alonso. Okay, so skills from left to right. Trinket, I think it just stabs forward and shocks them for a bit. It may hit grounded. It may just refaint or like restand. Okay, it does hit grounded. That's actually not bad then. Bit of a long cooldown for what it is though. Helmet skill, I think this gives you knockback on hit. Yeah, like massive knockback on hit. It's basically Iron Knight armor skill. So Iron Knight armor skill, like, very slightly knocks people back when they hit you. It's that, but dialed up on a helmet skill slot. Not good, if you ask me. Armor skill. I think this one's actually okay. You get a targeting reticule. You can use it in the air. I think using it on the ground just makes you fly up into the air. If you don't press it in time, it runs out. But if you do press it in time, you ground slam, and then if you press attack again, it faints. And I believe it will faint off grounded. I feel like a lot of people used that thing. He has a deflect, which was added later. Ah, okay. Honestly, more characters need deflects, if you ask me. You feel bad not having one. Okay, and armor or weapon skill, actually. It's a grab. It looks like I have to hit something afterwards. Try attack. Well, actually, I have to aim it first, though. Huh. Considering it's a grab, I want to say this did not work on the North American server. Whoa! That looked really weird in a cool way, actually. Is that normal? I don't think the third hit there. I'll give that one more try. Huh. Wait. Oh, the jump attack has a second hit. I see now. With a decent bit of knockback on it. Okay, without knowing anything about the evolution... It's not a C. Well, it's not a D. It's not a B. Because it's just so basic. I think it's right there with, like, Muay Thai, actually. I think it is a C. I'm sure the evolution completely fine-tunes it to be more viable in this day and age, but without knowing anything about it, I can't say. So let's move on to the next one. That was Gato Gacha. Rachel Alucard is another one that I just can't show off. There's so many premiums back then, man. Okay. One more time, let's look at Takayasugi's channel. Rachel, go Alucard. Rachel Alucard. Oh, this is actual gameplay. You know, yeah, we'll watch his gameplay, sure. Oi.
Hey guys, gonna be doing some Rachel Alucard gameplay here today.
Let's just take a look. From what I remember, the basic string was really weird. Baden Lily, the armor skill, was really strong. It's like a lightning bolt all around you. It'll lift people up off the ground to make them easier to combo. Trinket, I think you just throw out some random junk, and Helmet, you throw out the frog, and you can control the frog with your built-in wind mechanic.
Rachel, ever since that nice reform ways back, has been a really good character, a little bit overlooked, but overall it's been a really solid character, and I thought that guy was an AFK, but just, you know, cat smacking him a little bit. So yeah, your goal on Rachel is to pretty much,
fire
I think
mage.
Personally,
There's a lot
I think
going on
the goal
here.
is to pretty much do your dasher pretty much all the time and pressure with your basics in certain situations. Probably not the best versus like a fire mage or something, but some certain characters that can work a lot.
Vampire with a Viking shield. Oh, hang on. Why did that dasher hit so many times?
That can work a lot better than others.
Wow. I hate a chieftain in the wild. Gross.
Oh, look out. Oh no.
Vampire weapon skill.
Skills. Uh oh, look out.
Card magician with a.
Oh no.
With what's his name? TKM helmet.
Too far out.
And an Arcanist cape. What an actual pussy. Yawn.
So yeah, you can basically.
Oh, and you can throw out the little things and then lightning and then zap them, right?
Tea time. Tea time. Hopefully I can get out of it before she hits me with something. There we go.
I had a Rachel. I did not use it at all.
Oh no! Why?
Brawler's Mark into Scotty armor.
You.
Into Monk Hat. No, Slasher Helm into Monk Hat.
What a waste. Uh oh. Big Monkey King thingy.
Okay, alright, get me out of here. I don't want to remember this time period anymore. Okay. So this is one of those examples where the character's normally female, like with May earlier. And then they have the male version, the Rule 63 version. Evo grants more flight and better combos, basically. Good. As long as it's not a gimmicky Evo, it's okay in my book. Right? Oh, oops, that wasn't on screen. Sorry. I was showing off the fact that here's the male portrait and here's the actual Rachel Alucard portrait. I hate to do this. Takuya didn't really show it off there, but if you press guard while you're mid-air, you cause like a gust of wind that gives you like weird gravity, I'm pretty sure, just like in BlazBlue. She at least has something going on for her like Mei, so I'd say it's a pretty solid B. And her armor skill is really good. I couldn't even tell you what the weapon skill was off the top of my head. It might just throw out 3 of the lightning spears, maybe. Or like the poles, whatever. That's a B. Iljime. Okay, hang on. Now we're talking. This is a character that I did not play a lot of, but like everybody played Iljime, right? Way back in the day. And I'm almost positive this is one of those characters with a counter. Iljime. Iljime? How would you pronounce it? Oh, oops. I did that wrong. Iljime, and let's get our robot buddies. So, this is another one of those really agile characters. You have way more passive meter than I remember, but it charges very slowly. Doesn't even charge while I'm running, actually. Iljime is basically Poor Man Hazama, has a similar combo, but less aura. I think it has its own fair share of aura, though. Like, not nearly... If we're gauging it compared to Hazama, of course, he's an auraless bum. But just on his own, I always thought Iljime looked really cool. Maybe too much of a focus on, like, the whole cherry blossom thing, but I don't really know what an Iljime is, if I'm being honest with you. Most of Rachel's skills summon stuff that can be boosted with the speed gauge. That's it, yeah. Like, the frog for sure was really annoying. And I think people use the frog in their, like, swap combos or something. Iljime's a melee character, and I'm just now realizing I did not show the femme portrait. Damn, that actually looks really good. Even the male portrait. Come on, he's got some aura. Maybe not Hazama level aura, but he's got some aura. Okay, a lot of people played this character, and right off the bat, the main gimmick is when you hold D, you leave a little cherry blossom marking. And then if someone has that marking above them, you can warp behind them. And you can warp to and fro. I don't really understand how it works, but it's very confusing for the player, right? Yeah, you could, like, warp, jump attack, warp, jump attack, warp, jump attack in a weird, like, Hazama or maybe even vampire-esque way. I would not know how to do that. I don't know what I'm doing here. It would be like, maybe like, attack, attack, half D, attack, attack, half D, that kind of thing. I'm just not remembering something. At one point they got lazy and epics were just the normal gear. What was the last hero that got visually different epics? At least... Demon... What's his name? Devil Ranger? I can double check for you after this alone. So I think Iljime, by this point with Iljime, the epics don't look different anymore, so we would have already passed it by now. I think Chieftain has different colored epics, but it doesn't look that different. Again, I'll take a look in just a moment. Okay, moving along. You have a 2-hit dasher. You have a 4-hit basic string. Looks like it's not jump cancelable. Is at least the 4th hit jump cancelable? No. Last hit does a kick that feints. You can lift off feint with your dasher and then go into the jump attack. 3rd hit of the jump attack. I'm not trying to warp. It's like so finicky. I'm trying to do the 3rd hit of my basic. Ah! Okay, I clearly don't understand how this character works. Let's see. It's a 2-hit, then teleport. Okay, in that case... Do I mark and then launch? Ah, okay. I'm warping when I don't want to warp, though. That's clearly a me problem. How do I get the cherry blossom marking? There we go. Yeah, I do not know how this character works. It's a very, like, finely tuned... If you actually learn how to play this character, it could be really tricky. But from what I remember, it would be like launcher, jump attack, warp, jump attack, warp a couple of times. Without knowing that tech, the character still looks cool. I mean, it is another katana user, but it's visually different enough that I don't mind it. And I think you have an air D-dasher as well for some knockback. Yeah, not a whole lot of knockback, but some. Let's see. Marking enemy will ruin this combo, as you want to teleport to the branch instead of the enemy. Huh. Well then, what's the point of marking the enemy? I guess just for, like, warping onto them, being tricky. Also, how far out does the warp go? Like, if I'm all the way over here? Okay, I got my marking on him. I think it already wore off. I think I could visually see it wear off. Yes, okay, so the farthest is maybe like around here. Either way, just like right off the bat, like surprisingly complex for how far back this character is. This character was around in the Lost Saga, the OGP, the OG Planet Lost Saga days. Okay, so put a marking down, launcher. It doesn't face me in the direction. Is it the direction that I mark? Can have insane flight as teleport reset your jump. Huh. Also, weapon skill has ground recovery, yes. Why don't we go ahead and move on to that, because clearly I don't... I'm in over my head with this character. Alright, skills from left to right. Smoke Bomb is a recovery. This is like one of the best recovery skills in the early game. Way back when. I can go ahead and show it off with our robot buddies if they decide they want to knock me down anyway. Thank you. Bam! It also counts as a hit, surprisingly. I've even seen some videos of like the Korean server where they still use this skill, surprisingly. Not like widely, but they still have it on some characters. It is a recovery skill at the end of the day. Helmet skill is really nice. This is another one of those helmets that I like to gear design, because you could draw over the mask. I'd put like shark tooth smiles, that kind of thing. I like that aesthetic. Helmet skill, I'm pretty sure you can use in the air. It stuns them for a little while and then faints them. Don't think it has any like defensive capabilities, but we'll move on to the armor skill. I think you just spin and then send out flower petals. That is like textbook old school Lost Saga. There's not a lot going on here. But back in the day, I'm sure that shit slapped. I want to say they home in. Never mind. Or if they do home in, it's very lightly. I don't recall if I can use that in the air. I can, but you're missing out on some of the hits, so. Hits grounded. Good to know. And then weapon skill is a guard-breaking launcher that it looks like it maybe marks for you. Let's try that one more time. Maybe reset his health bar, because... No, it doesn't mark. In that case, let's show off the weapon skill with the robot buddies. You go forward and it's a guard-breaking feint. Very fast as well. It reminds me of Zhao Yun Trinket, I think it is. But it's on your weapon skill slot. As you saw there, I had a whole lot of trouble really showcasing what made this character shine, but it's really agile and cool looking. Where's Iljamai? There we go. I think that's an easy A. Let's see. Simply put, you combo nearby the branch. The closer they are, the better the combo, has less space when teleport. The Hero Trinket is the best skill as it is an Omni Escape unless hit by debuff. It's the best escape gear out there. Really? I guess it... Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't work on like Fire or any of the debuffs, right? It is really good still, huh? Just hope the RNG don't teleport near a cliff. Uh-oh. Oh, you would probably have it on an agile character, right? Probably. Double jump or something. Either way, I think Iljamai is an easy A. It's a cool character. Maybe even one that I wish I played more. Hong Gildong. Also, hang on. We're wrapping up soon, so give me the best theme in the game. Alright, moving on. Staff Master. Here's male Staff Master and female Staff Master. It's got that kind of like traditional Korean, traditional, maybe even Chinese, I'm not sure, aesthetic in the design. Which I didn't like back then. But it has kind of grown on me. Let's take a look at Staff Master. Like 4 more to go tonight. One thing to note right off the bat, this character is one of the first evolutions they ever got. It was either Staff Master or Death Knight were the first evolutions that I remember. Let's go ahead and continue here. We've got a 4-hit basics. I think the 4th hit launches. Yeah. You can jump cancel, I think, every hit of your basic string, which just that alone is so nice, dude. In fact, with that last hit, you can probably jump cancel, go into your air hold D. Can you do 1 tap and then the air hold D? You can. But I'm mistiming this like a scrub. I swear I'm hitting a hold D there. Should go directly into the hold D then. Ooh, I love anything that ground bounces like that. Like I'm a Zoro main. My main is still Destroyer, but my second main would be Fencer, aka Zoro. So I like that. You have a 2-hit basics. I want to say hitting them both just knocks down. Yeah. Do you have a hold D dasher? No, I think this is just knockback. Yeah. No other property, I don't think. This hero is Satan. They refuse to nerf this hero. If you want to win meta, use this hero. With the Evo, right? Because, well, actually, thank you for reminding me. I was about to ask what the passive meter did, but you're right. I believe just pressing guard sends out a clone. The clone will run forward and do a hit. I don't know if there's different kinds of clones. Like, I did that in the air. I'm not sure what timing I would want here, but interesting. Was that because I did it while dashing? No. Can I catch the basics with my basics again? I think it launches too far. Yeah, it launches too far. But maybe if I land like one of those? No. Oh, I can't send my clone out during my basic string. No. It would have to be during the dasher. Speaking of which, let's reset the help right here. Thank you for that tip about that. Very handy. Can I catch that with a dasher? Nah, way too slow. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I want to hit with that really badly. There we go. What if I then do a clone? He's too slow. It took 15 hits to destroy his clone. The Evo just makes his clone as an extra attack option and 3 clones instead of 2. And I swear he has like another jump attack option with the Evo, but my mind is foggy. I had a Staff Master Evo. I think I scrapped it for Hero Stones at some point. Either way. Like, you do have a lot of options with this character. It feels kind of basic, but dude, any character where you can jump cancel every attack is nice. Not everyone is so privileged. Can I just chain... I can chain air hold Ds back to back. But I can't do anything out of that. Is there any... Oh, the weapon skill is usable midair. How about we do our skills then? Since I think that's for the most part all that's said and done. Oops. Flash Step, I remember being really cool. It's a buff that when you press attack while you're in the air, you run in the air. And, like, really fast at that. This is some Mirim shit here. Like, I've seen this in my manhwas. Nice. And then, helmet skill... I don't remember that for some reason. Is it because it's a guard and it wouldn't work on NA? I assume that hits grounded. We'll try one more time. Yeah, that hits grounded. I don't think that would have worked on NA. The first hit of air attack also has so much hit stun in range that you can hit opponents back while they're in front, and if you get hit, you don't get time to turn around to block it. It's so disgusting. Wow. I don't remember that being that bad, bro. Crazy. Just got back. Did I miss the answer to my epic question? Oh, no, but I will do that after this. We'll go ahead and we'll do a deep dive. I can look into... I have an item that lets me see all the gears. And we'll see when that changed. I want to say, like, Chieftain Alonso. I really want to do one hit of the air attack and then the air hold E. But I think I'm too slow and Dev K is too short. Like, I don't know, that attack actually feels like it lasts a little too long. Let me try with, like, a normal height individual. Like, you'll do fine. I can do that. I swear I can do that. Why can't I do it? I'm attacking and then I'm immediately doing an air hold. I guess I need to wait. Yeah, I think the air decay is too much. Maybe after one bounce, I can then go into the two-hitter. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1... Oh, whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 air hold D, 1 two-hitter, and then maybe weapon skill. Oops. No, like, air D dasher or anything, but, oh, you do get the clone in the air. That's just the hero, bro. The clone is the problem. Oh, and he has guard break so that you can follow up with the clone for easy setup. Oh, yeah! There's a standing hold D. Thank you. No hold D dasher? No hold D dasher. Wow. Okay. Wow. And that might launch enough that I can still get the thing. Almost. Oh, whoops, I hit twice. Wow, okay. There's a lot there, and it is kind of gross, huh? Either way, I forgot to keep moving on with the skills. I remember the armor skill. It punches like 9 or 10 times. It can drop. It hits 10 times, apparently. It can whiff, and then the rest of the punches won't connect, but still. I don't think that hits ground or anything. Nah, wouldn't make sense. You can cancel it early by tapping again. And then weapon skill. I'm assuming that guard breaks, then you send out a couple of clones. Non-Evo has an advantage, and that being the freaking infinite. It has an infinite? The guard break that... Okay, yeah. Wow. Well, then maybe you wouldn't want to Evo him, because, I mean... I don't know if I'm missing a whole lot by not having the evolution. This guy already seems pretty solid, just as is. Damn. Dude, I evolved mine just because I thought it would be better, but... Huh. Maybe he was just good enough on his own already. I remember a lot of people using him, but I don't remember feeling too strongly about him. I'm going to put him in S, man. In fact, I think I want to put him in I Wish I Played, but that's easy S. Oh, whoops. Still got the tier list up. I would have thought by now all of the infinites would have been taken out of the game. Like, I remember Destroyer Infinite. I remember Chaos Dahlia Infinite. While not an infinite, I remember Jumper has a reset. You can reset his basic string about 3 times. That's very fun. We won't be getting to Jumper for a while, though. I'll try to fit in another one of these this week, by the way. Maybe on Friday before I join Matt for Spelunky 2. We're going to return to Spelunky 2 after like a year. It's going to be hell. But moving along. Hongildung, or Staff Master, as we called him on NA. Pretty strong. Not even pretty strong, man. Like, oppressive, even. Damn. Probably feels really good with some movement speed, too. I love the air hold D. I love attacks like that. It reminds me of Fencer Jump D. Moving on to Witch. Did I show Fem Staff Master? I did. Fem Witch, this is one of the portraits of all time when it comes to Lost Saga. Like, you could probably find this just by searching, like, anime witch or something. Peak slutty art. That's a bit strongly worded, but, like, it is peak. I think peak is a great way of putting it. The clone offers a lot of stuff. Body blocking, annoyance, extending combo, increase the bounce. resisting kicks. Oh, Evo only. Non-Evo Infant is a bit wonky, so they don't bother. Either it works or don't at all. Okay. Still, incredibly strong. Either way, let's move on to Witch. She's another magic caster. And a unique one at that. And I always feel bad using the word unique when it comes to this game. Okay. Pretty sure I don't have a Witch. I do not. Yeah, I do not. Okay. Ah, damn it. I don't think I'll need my robot buddies, but we'll do it anyway. Alright. Basic character from what I remember. 3-hit basics. I don't remember what the 3rd hit does. It does a half feint with some pushback, I guess. Your dasher is actually a ranged attack, which is cool. And I think if you land 2 of those ghosts on a target, you make the target fly. Okay. You're a mage character, so you do have a 360-degree guard. You have a double jump. I don't think you have an air dasher. No air dasher. Your jump attack is this really nice, like, dive kick, though. Oh my god, it bounces? Wait, can you combo off of that? Oh, fuck. I didn't know about that, dude. Hang on, wait. Was I meant to be a witch main back in the day? Oh, dude, that's kind of sick. Okay, can you jump cancel any of your basics? No. You do have a hold D, which activates flight mode. You can hold D again to get out of it. I believe in flight mode, you can fly around. It lasts a decent while, actually. Like, just using it for mobility here is lasting me a fair bit. If I go too high, it's going to tick down really fast. That's always the case with those flight-style skills. It does not charge when I am attacking. It does charge while I'm attacking? What the fuck? Destroyer passive doesn't do that? Damn, dude. It just doesn't charge while I'm dashing, it looks like. No, it still does. Damn, what a crazy passive. Bro, this is like basic witch combo stuff. You really didn't know? Like, I don't remember the bounce feeling good. But I don't remember the passive charging no matter what, dude. That's fucking free, dog. I gotta stand still and walk to charge my passive on Destroyer. As someone who used Witch, this is all coming back to me. Of course it is, bro. Okay, so I mean that I'm right there with you, man. I think there was a fair number of witches on NA. I'm not sure anyone mained them in particular. But if you wanted to be annoying, I mean, there's an option. Even though it's a mage class, it doesn't mark with the hold D. Hold D has this unique flight mode, which if I double tap a direction, nothing happens. I can go up and down elevation-wise with guard and jump. And with attack, I believe you fire out more of those orbs, but in a more rapid-fire way. Now that's what I remember. That's how I remember witches playing. They were just annoying trying to fly around doing that. Oh, and then you can hold D out of it in the air to, like, do your slam. Cool. This was another one that got in evolution, and it visually changes the broom to be like a motorcycle. I thought that was kind of weird. I don't know exactly what they changed with the evolution, but just this, despite how simple it is, this is fun. Like, that very nicely sets not only you up, but your friends, like your teammates, too. Like, nowadays we have Patriot, so good luck playing a character that stays in the sky, but I fuck with that. That's cool. Oh, and if you cancel the flight while you're low enough on the ground, you're just immediately standing again. That's really good. I like that. Which Evo gives a jump cancel on everything. That alone is already, like, phenomenal. Longer orb distance and tracking orb, longer haunt debuff, faster flight. That's really good. She was really good with Robin armor. Oh my god, really? Robin armor with the downward stab sounds awesome. Hero still sucks because Hero Patriot exists and everyone flies now, so she's not that scary. Combo is pretty long though, so if you get the haunt, she has a long combo. Really? I'm not even sure what I would be doing to extend this So, like, can I do the slam and immediately hold D? No, I don't think I have time. If I mark this twice, what happens if I keep going? It looked like it was trying to home in on the ground. And also, I can spam... this isn't like a whole lot, right? But in a team fight, if there was a witch being annoying like this... Okay. I feel like I missed out. And as I said earlier, like anything flying, and you said it as well, Box of Octopus, but Patriot is just... he's just the answer to anything that wants to jump or fly. And we're probably better off for it, but it does just completely nullify a character like this. Maybe the evolution helps it a little bit, I don't know. Okay, let's go into the skills here. I remember the helmet, I don't remember the trinket. This is just guard breaking fire orbs. They don't even do fire debuff status, but they do damage. Okay. Helmet skill I remember. You get a targeting marker, and you drop a bunch of vines that poke out of the ground, and I believe you're slowed in here as well. You can see, like, the schmutz kind of around Dev K. I think it's the same kind of slow on, like, Death Knight Trinket, maybe? I don't remember if it's Death Knight Trinket or Death Knight Armor. Black Cat, I think a lot of people used. Whoops. So I have, like, my entire keyboard is hero keys, so I keep hitting things on accident. Okay, training. Oh, whoops. Witch. Alright. The armor skill I remember a lot of people using because I'm pretty sure this is a ground recovery. Yep. Oh, but it is not good if you're not facing the target that hit you. So I think a cat just scratches them and they go randomly until they get hit again. You can see the slow in action there. And it hits a bunch. Like, I really like Witch Hat. It just causes them to run around a bit. It's not amazing, but a ground recovery is cool. The Evo setup is you fly, throw 2 orbs, haunts, into air dash, into broom dive, and basic attack. I like the way that sounds. I like the way that sounds a lot. Which is one of those pretty heroes in general. Also, she has a counter. She has a counter? With the Evo, or? With the Evo. Okay. Makes sense. Dude! I regret not playing Witch. Look, this is pretty simple in the grand scheme of things, but this is fun. If you gave me more things out of this... Oh, you can double tap. You can double tap to get out of flight. And that just drops you immediately. I'm not sure why you would want that, though. If there was a way I could keep jump canceling the flight meter like you can with Destroyer, oh, that would be really fun. But, okay. You know what? As a Destroyer main, I got nothing against flying heroes, bro. My main's a flying hero. I'm gonna put Witch in A, but actually, and I wish I played more. That's fun. Did you even show the weapon skill? I didn't! Ah! You're totally right. Well, I mean, either way, I still wish I played. Let's show the weapon skill. Thank you. Keeping me honest here. Oh, right! It's flight with the... Oh my god! Bro! Why didn't I play Witch? And I'm assuming if I completely burn my meter, I can still do the web skill. Can I go directly into the web skill? I can dash cancel and then go into the web skill, and it's not using my flight meter. Bro. Yeah, I like that. Thank you, Alonso, keeping me honest here. I mean, either way, that's... Dude, that looked really fun. Basic, yes. With the evolution, probably more to work with. It sounds like you get an air dasher, you get jump canceling you gotta love. That's an easy A, but that's also I wish I played more. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't have any thoughts about Witch whatsoever other than the portrait being nice. I'm pouring, imagine I'm pouring a drink out. I'm pouring this one out from my boy, Reynold. V Mechanic main, level 100. My boy, I played all the time with him. He was never the same after he went to college, you know. People change. It is what it is. I miss him a lot. But he was a V-Mechanic main, and I played with him a lot. Here's regular V-Mechanic. Here's Fem V-Mechanic. Phenomenal colors on that, actually. Okay, even though I main Destroyer, I don't know how to play V-Mech. But right off the bat, what a badass character. V-Mech. Okay, let's do training. V-Mechanic. Oh, actually, before I forget, Alonso was wondering when they stopped doing epic gears. I have a gear select thingy here. So you can see up to a certain point, the gear in the game, the permanent gear that you can swap in. That's not the right word I'm looking for. That you could equip on any character minus the weapon, looked different than their default gear. It looked much cooler. Like, that looks much cooler than the Captain Hook we saw last time. That looks much cooler than the Cybermedic we saw last time, etc. And up to a certain point, the epic gear looked different than the normal default look. Okay, that's looking different. That's looking different. Grim Reaper for sure. Paladin for sure. Mafia for sure. Death Knight was the same, but it glowed, I think. Samurai Robe, instead of wearing armor, it's an actual kimono. The running back looks like you're straight out of Spike Brothers from Cardfight Vanguard. That's pretty cool. Epic Zoro Fem armor is this beautiful dress with roses. I love it. I love it. Epic Necro, Epic Gladiator, Epic Wrestler, Epic Puppeteer. Quite dapper. Hawkeye, I want to say the last one's probably... Oh, how could I forget? Epic Fem Rockstar armor. Look at that, it's phenomenal. It stopped with Werewolf, Alonso. It stopped with Werewolf. The mechanic only benefit is that he has a gauge preservation, meaning synergy when swapping. Actually, he has better aura compared to F-Saber. I think I'm inclined to agree with you. I didn't play F-Saber, but I did have one, and I have a character that's based off of her. Well, more on her when we get to her next time, probably. But it looks like the last one was Epic Rockstar. And then after that, every Epic gear is just the way the default character looks. I get it, you know, it's a lot of work. I can't really fault them for it, but... By the way, the last time I played on the NA server was when Gardener came out. Since then... Actually, no, for real, the last time I would have logged in was when Vulcan came out. 1, 2... Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's been 5 normal heroes since then. It's been 6 years since the NA server closed down. Anyway. That was a little sidetrack there, but I don't mind. Alright, coming up next is V-Mechanic. Now, I don't remember how to play this character. My friend mained him, and he made him look really cool. I mean, just look at him. The glowing eyes aren't normal, but it does look really cool, too. That's a bug when you play as Demon Lord for some reason. Dude. Doesn't, like, this was the pinnacle of badassness back in the day. God damn. And I really like the helmet as well, because the helmet actually has these little twin tail, like anime twin tail spikes on Fem. Like that. I gear designed that to look like my character Layla's face wearing a helmet. It didn't quite work because the anatomy isn't quite there. Oddly enough, the V-Mechanic armor looks really weird if you're not wearing the helmet. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a skinnier frame than the regular character. Anyway, let's move on. V-Mechanic. It's a melee character. Heavily crutches on a passive meter of 66 bars. Or rather, 66 pips. Alright, here's your block. It's a unique, like, kind of animation. Looks cool. Got that AT field kind of thing going on. It is a melee character, so you do have a dash. What a fucking badass dash as well, dude. Holy, dude. The last time they did hero-specific metal art is Uriel. After that, it's just portrait plus level. Oh, really? Lore-wise, DevK made V-Mechanic in order to go through the Time Gate and conquer the Crusade Tower. Yeah, there's actual in-game lore and not just in the hero story base. I thought there was lore that the Time Gate was made to stop Strider. I remember hearing that, but that could have just been a rumor, you know. We don't really know the lore, and the NA server didn't really translate the lore quests very well. It kind of did. Half the time it wouldn't make sense, and half the time it would just be jarbled gobbledygook like that. Okay. Either way, moving on. That's badass. Like, wow, really cool. Okay, so you have 4-hit basics. 4th hit knocks down. You do have a dasher. I believe it launches and sets you up nicely for an air combo. Right? I think it's 2 hits and then that swipe. I think DevK's hitbox is making this a little awkward. Okay, I delayed way too long there. I think it will just knock back. I don't think there's any other property to that, but I'll try one more time. Oh, the air decay is kind of crazy if you don't start that in time, huh? That looked like it should have hit. We'll chalk that up to DevK being weird. Okay, so I've already kind of spoiled it here. We got jump attacks. I don't think there's any like unique properties with any dashers or hold. There is a hold D dasher, but more on that in just a moment. You have a hold D. It burns your 66-meter passive. You go into flight mode. You look badass as hell. Oops. You look badass as hell. I think I'm already running out of meter here. No, surprisingly, that was only half my meter. You get a targeting reticule almost as if you were a ranged character. And when you're locked onto somebody, he'll fly at them and do a launcher. So I believe it's something like... And you can jump cancel out of it as well? Or no? How does that work? I know it's like... Hold D, hold D, hold D, hold D after you do the dash attack. I think it's like one of these. And then that, and then that, and then that, and then that. But it has to actually connect. You have to actually be good at the game. I am sad to hear about the unique metal artwork as well. That's really sad. I really liked that because it kind of tells a story about the character. Strider Story is basically evolving boomer AI, hate being called obsolete, self-evolve into ultimate weapon, stumble into time gate, and with conquer mindset. Oh, shit. Jesus. I'm not sure if it's DevK having a wonky hitbox or I just don't know the timing for this. We'll just chalk it up to I don't actually know the timing to this. We'll just try to go hold D, hold D, hold D. I don't know how many times you can actually chain this. I guess we'll just go 2 times and then into that. That's not bad. So hold D dasher will immediately put you into flight mode. While you're in flight mode, you do kind of like... You don't free fly, you do like little mini dashes. And it looks like just plain badass. Who doesn't like robots, man? You'd point me to someone that doesn't like robots, and I'll point you to somebody that's a liar. Very cool. Outside of that, it's kind of basic. You can place a hero as a sandbag that appears on training mode. I would not know how to do that with the language barrier, but thank you. Maybe I can figure that out for next time. Alright, moving on to the skills. Hyper Cannon is really cool. It's not much more than just guard-breaking knockback, and it takes so long to shoot, I'm pretty sure you can be hit out of this. Like, I want to say only the startup of this has iframes. As a plus, you can, like, just stay in the air while doing that, and it looks really cool. It's just not very strong or viable. Oh, yikes. You can maybe give yourself fall damage with that. Okay, helmet skill is a shield in front of you. It looks like it can be guard broken. I don't have a way of showing that off, but in my memories, this can guard break. Looks like it deflects or rather deflectable attacks do get deflected. It's as if they're punching a wall. Armor skill is like you mash to shoot a bunch of times, which was actually really good back in the day because it hits a lot of times and it hits grounded. And you can do it like that. That's pretty crazy for back in like the OGP days. And weapon skill, I think you dash forward slash a couple of times and then it launches. And then it probably sets you up to go start doing your hold D. Just click the hammer icon, pick a hero, and place it using spacebar, and you're done. Okay. Sure, I'll do that right after this one. Also, I just remembered a property about this. You can fly through people. Meaning, if you want to be tricky, you could maybe, like, Make them like go into like a combo string. They start blocking, turn around, and then just you're behind them now. They have to know to start to turn around and block. That already is pretty strong. So it looks like I stay grounded there. Can I then do my basics? It doesn't quite pick up well enough. No, it does. It does. All right, V mechanic. I think that's about it. I doubt they ever gave it an Evo, but if they did give it an Evo, that could be pretty cool. VMech, bro, that's an S. Style, utility, like in today's terms, very basic, not a lot going on. But you got to think about the big picture here. It's cool. It was pretty strong back in the day, and it's still it still looks fun. I can see myself playing that. And Box of Octopus, you said that you keep the meter when you swap, right? That's amazing. I wish I kept my destroyer meter when I swapped. I don't. Armor skill is really good because the burst medic meta weapon or medic weapon skill increase attack when upgraded. The skill hurts a lot when. Oh, that's cool. You mean like since you can't increase the cooldown on medic weapon skill, it gives you attack stat? In fact, I can see that right now. Let's go ahead and exit out of this. I know you're not seeing the screen. I'll fix that. And we'll take a look at my own Cybernetics. This is my character, Medi. She came to be because of this game. A long time ago. Let's see. Yeah, that raises attack. Wow. Huh. Okay, that's a cool... if you got more facts like that, let them rip, man. That's cool. Okay, my voice is very clearly dying on me, so let's go ahead and take a look at the next character. We are up on the final character we'll do tonight, King Arthur. Here's male, here's Fem. I think Fem has the drill hair. Yeah, Fem has the drill hair. I remember that. 10 out of 10 design right there. Now, I have something to admit. Oh, and you said I could hit the hammer? Pick a character... and then press spacebar? Wow, really? Huh. I get to beat up a cyborg every day? Hell yeah. Hang on. I might still need my robot buddies if I want to show off a counter, so training. And we're going to do the last one for tonight, and that is... K.A., King Arthur. He's not supposed to have the glowing eyes. That's a glitch from Demon Lord. Ignore that. Right off the bat, dude, what an armor design. What a cape design. What a weapon design. And I have a soft spot for crowns. Obviously, it's part of my aesthetic. Whew. Legally distinct saber / Artoria. I can't answer either way, either direction there, because I know nothing about Fate. But, dude, I already like this character a lot, and I will explain to the character to you now. So, 3-hit basics. I played this character as recently as a couple of years ago because I did not. The thing I wanted to admit earlier, I did not play King Arthur on the NA server. I think I tried him out at some point. He felt really clunky to me, and I just didn't like him. He felt too slow. I regretted that, and when the Papaya Play server, we had a beta test for 1 week, I played him enough to get him to like level 20 or 30, and that was strictly in PvP. I played a lot of this guy, and I really like him. So we're going to go off of just my memories here. I know nothing about the evolution, by the way. So 3-hit basics, 3rd-hit feints. You do pick up off your feints. And you're right, we do get it well on this cyborg, I guess. Okay. As you attack things, your meter charges, and as you can see, you become grossly incandescent. Solaire would be proud. You know, Solaire would be like a good cosplay for this guy. That'd be cool. Okay, anyway. Despite having a shield, you don't have infinite block. That is a big disappointment for me. I feel like all characters with shields should have infinite block. Unless it's like a tiny buckler or something. Either way, that's fine. You do have a counterattack. More on that with our robot buddies in a little bit. You have a dasher. You have 2 dashers even. You have a regular dasher, which is a launcher. You can jump and do your regular slash. And you have a whole D dasher that I thought did knockback. It looks like it doesn't. I'm not sure what property the dasher has then. Maybe it's knockback if I hit with it. I think the dasher comes out the whole D dasher comes out too slowly. Yeah, that's fine. The big thing here is you attack things to charge up your meter, and then when you do a hold D, you will fire out a holy beam. If you do it in the air and it connects, it does a really nice bounce like that. So let's go ahead and build our meter back up here. It charges surprisingly fast, despite how handy it is. There, I'm already back up at 2. Let's see. We'll do 1, 2, 3. In fact, I'll just reset health here. Hang on. We'll do 1, 2, 3. Launch, jump attack, jump, hold D, jump, hold D. And I think I maybe could have run up and caught the very end there. Let's try again. Look at how nice, how quickly that charges. So we'll go for the 3-hit combo, go into a launcher, go into that, hit with the enhanced projectile, and then I might be able to catch that. No, it goes a little too far. Your basics will kind of carry them along in the air, which is always nice. Okay, I was not lined up for that. King Arthur Evo Insane Air Dash, near instant speed if used near ground, and special attack when blocking, S plus dash input. Also the gauge wave hurts and bounces you high. Ooh. How about jump canceling? Any jump canceling on the basics? Because we're sorely missing that here. Either way, the character looks basic, and I will admit, it does feel slow, but there's just some, like, weight and, like, like, it's satisfying actually landing these attacks. Bam. Bam. I'm not sure what the purpose of my whole D dasher is. I wonder if I can... Hang on. Maybe I can land the standing projectile after I land, hitting with the enhanced projectile. So we'll feint, launcher, jump D, enhanced projectile. Not quite. Not quite. Maybe I was too far. Maybe dev case too short. Let me try that one more time, and I'll try to walk up a little bit first. Oops. Ah, damn it. So from what I understand, if you have 2 bars, your next projectile is going to be enhanced. And, like, I don't know if it's faster and sends them further or what. But I know for sure it has, like, it way more violently yeets them. Like, look at that compared to this. It's night and day. No jump cancel. Ah, dude. You can, however, follow up wave attack with air dash that bounces enemy on hit. Also, the 2-bar can't be blocked on the Evo? Because I'm pretty sure this is blockable. Dude, I like the way this character looks. I want to say that's it, but hang on, let's take a look at the counterattack. And there's also some other defensive capabilities here. You probably have a deflect. I wouldn't know the timing to save my life, though. There's your counterattack. It seems to very nicely half-feint them. Oh, yeah. If you land the counter, it sets them up so nicely for the 3-hitter. Hang on, one more time, Robot Buddy. Hang on. I don't know if it's because he's fat or what, but I feel like I should have been able to get that 3rd hit in. Okay, he does have a deflect. It's hard to time a deflect when you have on 1-bar ping. Hang on, let me try that with a regular human-sized Robot Buddy. Well, you'll have to do. Come on! Am I too slow here? I swear that connects. There we go. And then I guess you could hit him with one of those if you were a little faster. Okay. Some other defensive capabilities. Your armor, King's Aura, is, like, insane. So not only is it a half-feint, and it causes them to kneel, you know, pretty nicely sets them up for a combo, yeah? This armor charges when you take damage. I think it charges normally, but more importantly, as you get hit, it charges up the skill. So everybody would have King Arthur armor on their defense mule. You know, your Gladiator, your Lee Sun Sin, who's the General Yi. General Yi Sun Sin. That's the one that I had. I had her, and I had the King Arthur armor. I think Swordsman Bayek helmet for the mid-air recovery. I didn't mention that earlier, but Swordsman Bayek has a mid-air recovery like TKM helmet. So this armor's crazy. In fact, they even added a different version of it for like some kind of holiday or something. I believe I have it. I'll show that off later. Okay, on to skills. You've already seen one of them. Oh, actually, there is another defensive capability. Check this out. So, your trinket is a ground recovery. It'll take you back to your spawn or a nearby teammate. It'll mark a teammate, and you can warp directly onto them. Since I don't have teammates here, it just warps me back to spawn. That's fine. So, if you get, like, oh, you got knocked off the edge, your teammate's getting his ass whooped on the other side of the map, I'm right there, buddy. Although, I guess not in this case. Helmet skill is really cool. It gives you and your teammates around you guard-breaking aura. All of your attacks are now guard-breaking. That is scary. It goes away when you get knocked down, but still, what a skill. I would be deathly afraid if I was in the middle of a team fight and the enemy team suddenly had this on. The armor got so much changes, now it has fixed cooldown, and it's locked to defense stat only. Wait, really? Oh, mind that HQ has this weird gravity where things are a bit weird compared to real match, so if you miss some attacks, blame that. Thank you! So it's not a skill issue. Good. Okay. Well, that's how the armor used to be then. Because before, every time you get hit, it would give you charge on the Arthur armor skill. If they nerfed that, then damn, that's honestly a real shame. Like, yeah, it was really strong, but I don't know if it needed to be changed. It served its purpose for what it was. Okay. Well, I already showed this earlier, but you make everyone lean around you, or rather kneel, and it's just long enough to capitalize off of. Your weapon skill, you stab the ground. If you don't mash, it only does one pulse, but if you mash a couple of times, it'll pulse multiple times. And it should hit grounded. Let's see. Honestly, oh, and then it perfectly, if you're right in front of them, it perfectly launches them to get hit by a basic string. What's not to love? Hang on, there's one thing I want to test. Can I do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, hold deep? Hang on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. No, okay. I thought I maybe could land that. I mean, either way, I could do that. I wonder what this guy would be like with wings. Probably not very good. Either way. Dude, what a character. And I love things that ground hit multiple times. If they're standing, though, it hard stuns. And off hard stun, you can pick up just like off feint. So good, man. So good. Sounds like the evolution only makes it even stronger. Nice. Alright, I'm ready to give my final verdict for the night. King Arthur is probably the easiest S I've given tonight. Oh, you're right. Yeah. I think King Arthur armor does have an air hold deep. Or not an air hold deep, but an air use? No? Maybe that's the Evo? I could have sworn. Wait, no! The web skill! The web skill! Oh my god! That is S rank only behind some of my favorite characters. I wish I played more King Arthur. That's going in S. Because technically I played it enough to level it up to level 30 back on the Papaya Play 1 week long beta test. I love King Arthur. And I haven't even seen the Evo yet, man. I haven't even seen the Evo yet. Maybe we'll try it out some other time. Alright, and with that, here's the backlog. There's a lot left. Oh, brother. Thank you for joining me. My voice is killing me. I've been yapping for 4.5 hours. Whoops, that's Azala. That's Lime. That's my Druid Lance for Unicorn Lancer. It's Unicorn Lancer. It's me. This is for a contest. I did this. Oh, I think I meant to explain this earlier, but there was a fan art contest on the NA server a long time ago where my entry was Snowtown. We're killing time waiting for 510 because for some reason you got the most rewards when you cleared at 510. I never knew the science behind that, but I still did it anyway, like everyone else did. Either way. I think with that, I'm out of here. Whew. I feel like I got nowhere in 4 hours, dog. Oh my god, there's still so many characters, but I thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you for humoring me. Have a great rest of your night, and I might be back later with some Risk of Rain. I won't be hanging out with Prismia this week as he's on vacation, so I got nothing to do after this. I'll be back tomorrow with Nintendo Direct React. I will pick up a pizza or something, maybe some wings. We'll chill, watch the Nintendo Direct. Maybe I'll do some art on stream. See you then. All right. Nice meeting you, Box Octopus. Play Isaac? I could. You want me to? I could. Sure. Well, let me get some water because my throat is killing me, and I'll be back in 20 minutes? 10 minutes? See you then. The Nintendo Direct stream will be midday, maybe around 2 or 3 p.m. And then the regular stream will be at 7 or 8 p.m. See you then.